Before we get started with continuing the dungeon, Kitten Fan just asked something. Is the game doing better than I expected so far? The answer is yes. We'll see how long that keeps, but yeah, the answer is yes so far. This is great. It looks like the frozen flame ain't here. Oh well. Let's just take what's here. Okay. Okay. Alright. Alright, so. Big or small? He is a boy. Meteorite. Okay, cool. Yes, Kid Fan. There's treasure on the wall. Grab it. This must be some kind of trap. We should leave it alone. Whatever, just grab it. It was a trap. Told you. Just a minor slip-up. But look, we got the treasure. Oh. Hello, Lucia. Quiet. You too, Pip. I see that you're not really dragoons. Actually, we're just... well, no matter. Come out. Who are you? Why are you helping us? Oh, ho, 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 ho. Who said anything about helping? I am the scientific genius of Viper Man. Please call me Lucia. Excuse me. See, it's one letter different. You will all be my guinea pigs. Finish them. Kill them. See, you can tell she's evil because she has a fake German accent. And only terrible, terrible people have fake German accents. And what's funny is we saw that in FF8 as well, which predates this game. I was amused how late in the PS1's life cycle Chrono Cross really is. Because it started development really early. Relatively speaking. Listen, the Austrians could do no wrong. We all know this. I mean, name one evil Austrian. A movie with good directing, but one bad actor. Only one? Only one, huh? Okay, that's gotta be tough. We'll see, Kitten Fan. Depends on how much of the game is taken up by that battle intro. FF9's, I think, is worse, for example, but that's not saying much. FF9 has one of the worst battle intros, like, ever. Oh, this game is the best game ever made, Uthor. Along with the next two games we're playing. They're all the best game ever made. Anyone who thinks so is absolutely right. Wonderful. You have exceeded my expectations by defeating my bulbs. Now please leave. That's a good point. This isn't Gothic, but that's also the best game ever. Okay, so hang on. Do I have... I do not. I have a turn blue, and that's it. Welcome to hell, Pillars of Snow. Population, yeah! Well, it sucks to be them, Pillars of Snow. Again, a question I asked earlier is, if over the last 4.5 hours, have you seen anything other than the reference to poor and other, like, little Easter eggy things? In other words, have you seen any substantial connection to Chrono Trigger? The answer is no. Now, as weird as it sounds, that's not actually a bad thing. It is, in fact, probably one of the best things in favor of this game, is that it has so little to do with Chrono Trigger. Really. That's true. I hate things that are unique. Unless they're good. Noctis isn't really joking. I don't care if something's unique, is the truthful answer there. Like, from a large-scale historical perspective, yeah, I care that, you know, resources are pushed forward. I care that, you know, gaming is innovated. I care that the envelope is pushed. But what I care about more than that is the quality. Yeah, exactly. A fecal sandwich is unique. That doesn't make it good. I like good. We can have both, of course. I'll go to that stack. God, I've just been sitting on that status effect this entire time. Hey, I'm Pip. My dream is to sail the vast sea someday on a huge big ship. Would you mind opening this cage quietly? Sure. Thank you. Thanks. I'll make my escape later. Till we meet again. Yeah, you're welcome. Wait! Now what? I'm extremely interested in all of you. Yeah, I'll recruit you later. I cannot leave right now, but come by when you need my help. I am willing to help you. Oh, ho, 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 ho. I will be waiting. That's a good question, Red 36. I don't know. Oh, this looks like a safe door. Oh no, it was a trap! Oh my god! See, that's an interesting one for me, Pillars, because I actually care a lot about how historically significant the game is. It just doesn't affect my opinion of the game. Or, you know, the review of a game. Zelda 1 is a very historically significant game. That doesn't make it, you know, good. And I have no desire to ever replay it. I mean, yeah, Uthor. If you look at it here, since I got nothing going on right now, do this until I get attacked. There we go. No, he didn't attack. Sigh. Hang on, hang on. I was gonna do this while being attacked, but the game did not oblige me. Hang on. Attack, 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 attack. So let's look at our historically significant games, by which I mean our top-rated games. Let's see here. Yes. So we've got StarCraft 2. Yep, that's well into a franchise. In fact, that's not even the game it was at launch. There's a reason I put the release date for StarCraft 2 at 2019 instead of 2010, because they actually kept iterating on that game for 9 freaking years. Diablo 3, yeah. Super Mario Wonder, the, as of this moment, most recent Mario game. Super Mario 2, The Thousand Year Door, which is actually a remake of the third in a series. GTA 5, which is actually more like GTA 9. Twilight Princess HD, again, same general vibe. Ow! Okay, we're too yellow here. Let's try to turn things red. It's a good game, Uthor. I used the wrong person. Hang on, let's get some red going. And use this on the right person. There we go. Let's see. Super Metroid, which is the third Metroid game. Donkey Kong Tropical Freeze, the second most recent Donkey Kong game. That was only usurped about a month ago, by the way. Okay, so we've got a little bit of red. Let's try to pilfer, shall we? But we should be full red now. Yep. Go ahead and Magma Bomb. Let's see. Mass Effect 2. Yeah. That's not even just the second in its own franchise. Like, if you think about it. That was not their first radio. Or their second. Or their third. Portal 2. That's probably one of our earliest. But I'd still say Portal and was building off of the bones of Half-Life in several ways. And Portal 2 was definitely building off of Half-Life 2, so... Shovel Knight, another triple game like StarCraft 2. Metroid Dread, the, as of this moment, most recent Metroid game. Yeah, exactly, Blake Jamal. Do we have... I could. Well, let's not. Let's just attack for right now. Right, scroll down a little bit. Then we got Link Between Worlds, a recent Zelda game. Sure wish I could see its frickin' health. See if I'm even scratching the paint on this thing. Let's see. How far down the list do we have to go to get to something that's like the first in a line? LTTP, nice, is pretty early on. Dragon Age Origins, kind of? Again, that's still just a... I mean, Dragon Age Origins is KOTOR 2, you know what I mean? No, I don't mean like KOTOR 2, I mean... Anyways. I don't know who that was, Push-Up, sorry. Of course, you're probably not asking me, so I suppose that's whatever. Yeah, we have to go way far down. So let's ignore that for a second. So the second question is being asked. How many historically significant games do I think are legitimately good or great? Oof, that's actually a tough one. Historically significant games that are really solid. I actually haven't reviewed Half-Life, so I hesitate to speak to that one. No! I'm kind of going through my head here. Because, like, we've got Ultima Zero, right? No, by the way. Have you ever played Ultima Zero? Because I have. I'm not even sure which exact version I played, because there's like 5. Anyways, so we got Ultima Zero, Zelda 1, Super Mario Brothers 1, which is not bad, but, you know. See, I'm not sure I would agree, Kinix Cow. I would say that Metroid was more historically significant than Super Metroid. And you know my opinion of that game. Oh, Roston, I said that, though. Watch out for traps. Don't touch anything. Yeah, why is this whole place trapped to hell and back? I would say Castlevania, the original, is kind of significant. It's leaning towards significant. Not as significant as Super Mario Bros. 1 or Metroid 1 or Zelda 1. But, you know, bronze tier. I would be remiss if I didn't mention Wolfenstein 3D. No, I'm going to take that back. I actually think Doom is more significant than Wolfenstein. So we'll go with Doom. And I have reviewed Doom. And it was fine until it wasn't. It's Doom in a nutshell. It's not about like push-ups. We're trying to think of historically significant games that are like unapologetically great games, in addition to being historically significant. I would agree that Ocarina of Time is significant. Now, that game did score well, so that's probably our first right there. So, like, Doom 1 and Ocarina are both very historically significant. FF7 is historically significant. I will actually agree with that. Nothing? Okay, whatever. I'm not there yet, Uthor. I'm going through the timeline. Metaphorically speaking. Why are there so many enemies in this stupid manner? I don't think Chrono Trigger was particularly significant. We're trying to come up with historically significant games that also are great games. So far we've got Doom, Final Fantasy VII, and Ocarina of Time. Doom 1, obviously. Mortal Kombat? No, but I do actually agree with Street Fighter 2. Fighting games go back quite a ways, but Street Fighter 2 broke the brakes off of fighting games. Like, from a modern perspective, Street Fighter 2 is not good, but it did completely change the fighting game scene. Now, if it's any good or not, how old does a game need to be historically significant? 1 minute. Although, I'll admit, I'm challenging myself to think of a more modern, historically significant game, and I'm failing at that. GoldenEye? I do agree with Dark Souls, which is funny. Similar to Doom, Dark Souls is not exactly the first Souls-like. It's not even the 5th. Hello? Yeah, what do you want? Who is this Surge? Oh, you mean Junior. I had orders to bring in the ghost of that boy who died 10 years ago. We had unexpected company, he got away. He seemed way too human to be a ghost, though. I don't know what that guest from Poor wants with him. I wouldn't worry about it. Yo, don't open that. Oh, sorry, Carr, sorry. I could see Elden Ring, actually. EverQuest absolutely qualifies. Ironically, even though EverQuest was the third? Hang on. Yeah, third MMO. It's still the most historically significant of the originals. I suppose a video game that actually manages to get politicians' panties in a wad can count as historically significant. I do agree WoW is historically significant. In fact, I would argue that there's only really 2 MMOs that are truly historically significant, and we've already listed both of them. And Elden Ring qualifies as a great game, so I'll give you that one. And yeah, WoW, at the point of where it was historically significant, was loads ahead of the competition, but I wouldn't call it great. No offense, either. Yes. Can I help you? Hang on, I have to go ban someone real quick, BRB. Tetris? Yeah. Assassin's Creed 2? Low end of historically significant. And I don't think it's a great game. I look forward to being proven wrong someday. But for the moment, I'm content to leave the Assassin's Creed series lying. I do agree with GTA 3. Not a great game. In fact, it's a terrible game. But I do absolutely agree that GTA 3 is a historically significant game. Halo. Yeah. Historically significant. Agreed. I've got to be the weirdo. I don't even like GTA 3 when it was new. I remember playing it being like, wow, this is such a cool premise. And then I hit the second island and I was like, wow, this is terrible. I talked about that when we were doing the low run. I didn't even beat the game the first time I played it. Yeah. There we go. No, I think Halo 1 qualifies for the historically significant. What game popularized racing games? So, obviously, Super Mario Kart deserves credit for popularizing the Bonkers Racer. It does. I'm sorry. However, A, not a great game. And B, that's only one category of racer. The arcade racer, that's a lot trickier. The arcade racer has been around for a very long time. The simulation racer, that's actually pretty easy. That's Gran Turismo. Probably Gran Turismo 4? Which one was PS2? Because that's the one. Like, the PS2 Gran Turismo kind of broke open the category of simulation racing games. Okay, so then 3, Gran Turismo 3. Or 4? Wait. Getting conflicting information here. Why would you lie to me? Okay, so I was right. It was Gran Turismo 4. Yay! Arcade racing is different. There's not a lot of arcade racers in general that really tend to make waves. Have you noticed that? Like, there's actually a lot of arcade racers, but there's not a lot of arcade racers, like, that you hear about all the time. I would say that SimCity 2000 is probably the game that broke the broke open the, what is that? Space Management City Building, I think, is the total subject. It's Management Sims. Management Sims obviously existed before SimCity 2000, even by SimCity itself. And there's plenty of other types of management sims, but SimCity 2000 was probably the city manager. Urgh. Yeah, what's up? What is it? Who are you? I am Zoa, one of the 4 valiant divas. Oh, okay. I'm gonna steal your stuff now. Only I can open that. Oh, right. Well, say hi to your cat for me. So it's funny you say that, RJ. I would actually personally argue that the SNES SimCity, which is a port of the original, is worth playing even now. It is a fundamentally flawed game, but it holds up better than it has any right to. I mentioned before that the developers at the time did some insane wizardry to get that game into the state it's in. Wow, enemies respawn. That sucks. Could you get out of my way, please? Yeah, I would agree with Metal Gear Solid being historically significant. Not sure if I agree with it being a great game. Yeah, I'd have to check my own review of that. Ow. You have the same enemies we were fighting in the Flash Forward earlier. 1 this time instead of 2, but still. I could see Ridge Racer or Need for Speed on that one. Interestingly enough, I've actually already mathed that out. You have to break the triple digits range, Uthor. If you're above 100, then you are officially a great game. Everything after that is, honestly, bonus points. I'm debating the historical significance of Contra. Boy, there's a weird sentence to say. Yeah, I'll give you Resident Evil 1. Not sure if I'd call it great, but it definitely counts as significant. Silent Hill 1? Nope. Silent Hill 2? Yeah. I made my opinion on that game pretty clear, but nobody could deny it's a significant game. Significant game because it's bad? It's actually a good question. So we have Ride to Hell Retribution, which was a game that kind of got widespread in terms of how bad it was, and that was something a lot of people took notice of and tried to avoid in the future. Yeah, Atari on the ET on the Atari. I almost said Atari on the ET. Is another good example of that. Also, while we're here, Custer's Revenge. I'm not going to elaborate on that. You can look it up if you feel like it. Also, I'm not sure Star Fox 64 counts as historically significant. Great game. Holds up really well. Oh yeah, there's a game that's historically significant and bad. Pokemon Gen 1. Don't look at me that way, it's a bad game. Like, objectively. Even if you take out opinion, like, the game is incredibly buggy and flawed. Even the recent one, push-ups, the one that came out a few years ago. Okay, so now I can progress up here. Just gonna rob this place blind. Don't mind me. Pokemon Gen 1 had really good marketing. It had Nintendo Power, it had the comic, which also was a Nintendo Power, and it had the freaking show, and it had a merchandise push like crazy. They really pushed that. Oh, he can't equip that. Is that going up? Or down? Okay, that is going up. God, that's just not a great HUD. Which is really weird. Why is blue down? Sorry. I shouldn't even say that. I was just being facetious push-ups. Because that recent Contra game, from what I've told, I didn't actually play it, was not very good. Hey, Czar. Blue's down because Red beat him. You know what? That's logical. I'm with that. So Red is up. Got it. Gotta keep that in mind. I don't think Sonic 1 is going to be that bad. And as weird as it's going to sound, I also don't think it's that significant. Sonic 2 is probably the more significant of the Sonic games. Similar to how Mega Man 2 is the significant Mega Man game. And for basically the same reasons. Fire Emblem 1? I would say from my own limited knowledge of the Fire Emblem series, I would say that Fire Emblem 7 and Fire Emblem 13, Awakening, are the significant Fire Emblem games. Thank you, Aplixia, for the sub, as always. And if you'd like to put that towards up to 3 future games for increasing interest therein, please let me know. Seven, I'm not sure about. I hesitate on that one. But 13, yeah. 13 kind of, like, kept the series going. The reason I mentioned 7 is it was, to my knowledge, the first one translated outside of Japan. Like, that was if you remember, that was a huge issue for a while there. Getting a hold of Fire Emblem games outside of Japan. That reminds me. Ross, do me a favor and pick, I don't know, 2 games to put interest towards. Because I feel bad because I'm bashing a game you like. I mean, I fell for it too, push-ups. So do it. How do I make... Oh, there it goes. Ah! 2 to the right, 7 to the left. Two to the right, 70 to the left. By 70, I mean 7. Ah, I'm already forgetting it. 2, 7, 2, 7, 2, 7. That's insane, Kid and Fan. Oh, hey, it's a mystery person who will be joining our party soon. Most significant Sony mascot platformer. Most significant Sony... What's a Sony mascot platformer? Like, I guess we've got Spyro... yeah, I guess we got Crash Bandicoot. Astrobot, which is not significant, but I'm just gonna say that. Jack and Daxter, yeah. Was Rayman Sony? Okay, that was just gold. Hang on, I don't want gold. Take the little one. Oh yeah, Ratchet. Well, I don't really consider Ratchet & Clank platformy, but if... Oh wow, it was the big one. Oh, I did not know that. I didn't know you could actually fail these. Alright, whatever. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought Rayman was Ubisoft. Lol, Roz. Thank you for the sub, RJ. Even though I have terrible taste. Always appreciate you. I suppose you know the question as well. I guess Sly would count. So of that list, very technically, it would be Ratchet & Clank, but I feel like that's cheating. So instead, I guess I'm going to go with Spyro. Feels like a weird answer, but whatever. I mean, Spyro was one of the early true collectathons. Not like asterisk-y collectathons, but like, you know, collectathons, like Banjo. No, RJ, that is the best game that came out that month, maybe. I shouldn't even say that. Shoot. I can't believe I'm still in this frickin' dungeon. Okay, I mean, I haven't exactly been negative towards the Last of Us franchise, and I'm still kind of sick of it. There's only 2 games in it. No, Elden Ring is historically significant. And that's pretty recent. We played that when it was new. We played that when it came out. That's gonna hurt a little. Yep. Baldur's Gate 3? No, honestly, Axiom Verge is more historically significant than Hollow Knight. We also mentioned Dark Souls. Ooh, a lot of items from that one. Well, first, RJ Dim, you say, "Hey, Lore, I hate you," and I'm like, okay. Baldur's Gate 3 is a good game. That's not really the issue here. I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 is historically significant. Like, historically significant in which way, right? The first game that doesn't have microtransactions and is still financially successful? That's not even the first game that year that did that. You know? Revitalized CRPGs? No. That would be Pillars of Eternity 1. I thought about Expedition 33, but I couldn't think of any significance behind it. No offense, but I couldn't. Like, Expedition 33, by definition, is, like, not innovative. It's just a really solid game, right? It's just, take good game, do good game, right? Let's see. So I'm putting this toward... There it is. Cyberpunk, Metro, Exodus, and Victoria 3. Dwarf Fortress. We have to mention Dwarf Fortress as historically significant, because it's probably the first true simulation-y game. Just simulation. Like, it's a game where you simulate stuff. Breath of the Wild. Do we think Breath of the Wild is a significant game, Cat? Do we? Do we think it's a significant game? Alright, I will feed you, my kids. Will we feed you? Should we feed the cat? I mean, it's third meal time. Okay, fine. I guess. See, I'm not sure if the breath is really that significant. Yeah, I know that sounds strange. But, like, the Switch was significant. I mean, the Switch bump was a very real phenomenon. Right up there with the DS bump, and for the same reason. And the PS2 bump while we're on it. Ow. I haven't tried this out yet. Let's see what this does. Sadly, yeah, I tend to agree. I do think Ocarina is historically significant, but past that... Wii Sports. No. Suppose I should try to stay alive. Yes. We already mentioned Tetris. We actually also mentioned Super Mario Kart. Candy Crush? I actually agree with that. I'm disgusted by it, but I do agree with it. Aurora 4X. I don't know what that is. Oh, kid's dead. Cool. Yeah, Tetris, I don't think is going to score much. Not too bad, not too good. It's just going to be there. Oh, I actually do know what Aurora 4X is. Now that you're saying that. I'm guessing this is in response to Dwarf Fortress. So yes, okay. Aurora 4X predates Dwarf Fortress, and Dwarf Fortress is more significant because more people play it and are aware of Dwarf Fortress, and it really started pushing simulation as a genre. Doom is not the first FPS, but it is the most historically significant FPS. Mass Effect 1? No. Now here's a funny one. I do agree that KOTOR 1 was historically significant, but not for the reason that Push-Up mentioned. Can anyone guess why? Fallout New Vegas was historically significant for giving fans years and years of material to say that Fallout 3 sucks for. Bingo. Xbox RPG. More specifically, it was a console PC RPG, which was pretty unheard of at the time. Like, console RPGs go back to the 80s. But a console PC RPG? Mass Effect 3 did literally save my life. I don't think that qualifies as historically significant, though. Smash Bros, huh? No, like it or not, I would say that Melee, the GameCube one, is the one that's historically significant. That's the one that really pushed the fighting scene and really developed Smash as the IP that it is. Oh, absolutely push-ups. Dragon Quest is a huge deal over there for a reason. We have now mentioned Super Mario Kart 3 times. Okay. It was 2 right and 7 left, or 2 left and 7 right? I legitimately don't remember. The first good reviewer. I'll agree with that. I would actually... This is going to sound pathetic, but I actually agree with Half-Life 1 and Half-Life 2, as far as historically significant. I also agree with what Huthor said earlier. Modern Warfare 1. Nobody knows. Okay, so let's just try... Let's just save state, because I don't remember. Never, Loke! I demand that you know the entire conversation we've been having for 10 minutes while I've been lost in this dungeon. Well, lost is the wrong word. It just takes forever to get through combat. We also already mentioned Halo 1. Oh god, Super Mario Land. Yeah. Pac-Man. So this is going to sound weird. I actually don't think Pac-Man was historically significant. Any more than, like, any other arcade game would qualify. And I think there's other arcade games that would qualify more. Having said that, Miss Pac-Man is actually more historically significant. Can anyone guess why? Miss Pac-Man introduced the concept of RNG to the game. Pac-Man has no RNG in any way that we think of it. It's completely deterministic. It's kind of like how Space Invaders is technically more significant than a lot of other arcade games of its era, because it accidentally introduced the very concept of a difficulty curve, which prior to then didn't exist. Games didn't have difficulty curves. They just stayed the same difficulty forever. I mean, House of the Dead is a pretty well-known, what do you call this, light gun shooters. But other than that, no, I don't think so. Can I... course I can't. I'll just use this. Let's see what happens when we talk to these people. There's an important guest upstairs. We have strict orders not to let anyone through. Quarters for the General and Miss Riddell are upstairs. Okay. I don't remember, RJ. Most famous party game? I mean, Mario Party in general, the franchise probably qualifies. I'm not sure there's an individual Mario Party that is like the most popular one. There probably is, I just don't know what it is. So, like, what are you doing here? Dragoons aren't allowed up here, you know. We're not really Dragoons. What you talking about? Huh. DC HUD is in the upper right. So, like, what's your point? What is it, Marcy? Is someone there? Some weirdos. Marcy, lower the ladder, please. Alright. You did not know you were not allowed in here. You must not be one of our dragoons. Oh my, you must be... Yes, you must be Surge. My, how you've grown. Like, can I kill him yet? Patience, child, patience. I need to have a word with these people. Who are you? And how do you know Surge? How do I explain? I guess you could say I am the Prophet of Time. Listen carefully. The world is not just a single entity. Another world similar to ours exists in another dimension. There you will find what you might have become. A world of possibilities that might have existed. A whole history that has not been written yet. It is out there, somewhere. We are simply unable to see, feel, or experience it. Surge, this world is not the world you grew up in. 10 years ago, something happened that put your very soul teetering on the balancing scales of fate, with a 50-50 chance of life or death. This is when your future was split in twain. In your homeworld, you survived to live a happy, prosperous life. This is how you made it to the present point in time. However, here in the alternate world, you are in fact very dead and buried. You died 10 years ago, but this world's timeline has flowed on regardless. No, we're like 6 hours in at this point. You have no place in this world. Here you are but a ghost brought back from the past. I don't know what happened 10 years ago, nor can I guess what triggered your entrance into this world. The locations where such divisions in the time-space continua occur are called Angelus Errare, where angels lose their way. It is said that there, the borders of two dimensions fluctuate in such a way as to make the passage between parallel realities a possibility. Perhaps in this world you are missing the missing piece from a giant puzzle. And maybe, just maybe, the vacuum created by your non-existence here has drawn you across the border between the dimensions to fill the void in that puzzle. Of course, no one can say for sure. Half of what he just said is a lie, by the way. I'm not going to tell you which half. However, it appears as though these two worlds are connected by some unknown force. Depending on the location, the two worlds influence each other in strange ways. I'm quite certain there's a wormhole that connects the two parallel worlds. For your information, if you press start on the world map, a window will allow to enable you to display which world you're in. Homeworld or another world. Select on to display this. What you say is true, and this world's an alternate reality. How the bloody hell did Surge die? No, he knows, Von Falkenstein. The reason has to be something that happened 10 years ago. You can only find out by moving on. No way am I going to let you. Shut up, you little brat. Can I? Can I? I guess it can't be helped. This may be fate in it itself. We ain't here to play jacks. I advise you not to take Marcy lightly. This child is one of the 4 divas, the highest rank of the Acacia Dragoons. What? This little brat? Too late now. Say bye-bye. I'm also vicious and violent, because, you know, that's an archetype. Boss battle. There are so many bosses in this game. There are, in fact, 48 of them. Oh no, Huthor. I'm ready. So let's get some elements going. Ow. Nice armor, kid. Oh, wow, Huthor. Yeah, they're in the wrong there. Oof. Like, I mean, we could argue how valid that is from a moralistic perspective, but legally, they have no case. They should probably hope that Blizzard is willing to settle on that. We'll find out when we get there, Kitten Fan. I hated Xenogears so much the last time I played it, I never even finished it. So this will be the first time I beat Xenogears. I'm looking forward to it. By which I mean I'm dreading it horribly. God, I can't even imagine that from the perspective of someone who doesn't like the look of it all. I'm more worried about Xenogears than any of the other games in this block. People get rather overzealous in defending that game. Chrono Cross has always been a little bit more mixed. Yes, Kid is a rogue archetype. Which is a shame because she's much worse than Fargo in basically every way. But we haven't met him yet. Speaking of, let's see if we can steal from her while we're here. Nope. Terrible. Alright, hang on, I gotta see what Huthor linked here. Oh my god, that looks awful. That looks like all those Minecraft mods that just add shaders to Minecraft. Ugh. Oh, thank you. I do, Ross. I know exactly about what you're talking about. It's okay, in this game, all 45 characters perfectly mesh with each other. Especially on the first playthrough, where you're actually stuck with basically 2 of them. Constantly. What I mean by 2 is you're stuck with Surge your entire first playthrough, and your second-ish main character tends to rotate based on story, very much like FF4. So usually what you have is one optional character. There are some exceptions to that, obviously, and once you get to a certain point, you can select a whopping 2 party members. Also, Kid survived. Woo! I don't know, maybe Frog Ross? I don't know, it's hard to pick. It's not over yet. I'll get you next time. But okay, whatever. I did not think you'd be able to defeat Marcy. Uh-huh. Yeah, Fargo's going to be a main party member, along with Kid, except when we can't have Kid. In which case it will be Glenn, except when we can't have Glenn. In which case it will be Harsh, or whatever his name is. Oh, and Harley. Except when we can't have Harley. Sorry, I knew there was another rotator. Very well, I shall advise you on your next step. There are 8 pillars standing in the main hall. Behind the second to last pillar on the left is a button. Dragoons are not allowed up there, so it's best you go up as you are. Beware, however. There's a much stronger being you will encounter. Okay, thanks. Weirdo. So anyways, now that we know about the parallel dimensions, I suppose I can exposit something to you. So we don't really travel in time in this game. We travel across dimensions. That's the crossing instead of the triggering, although that actually has other significance I'll get to later. You are Surge? Hello, Harley. You're even more sexy. Oh yeah, right, she has this Alfreza, the French accent. I'm not reading it like that, don't ask me to. You're even more sexy than I thought. Ooh la la. Who the bloody hell are you? And this vulgar one must be Kid. You disgust me. What'd you say? If you're gonna insult someone, you should at least speak proper English. Je m'appelle Harley. I am the right-hand harlequin to Monsieur Lynx. Serge Monpouche. Monpouche? If you lie down with a dog like this female, you will surely catch fleas, no? Oh my god. Okay, first of all, we have a girlfriend. She's just in the other dimension. Second of all, we haven't married Kid yet. And third of all, Jesus Christ, what is that insult? I think you can do much better if you gave her up. Actually, I suggest you all turn back. You should not defy him. Why? What's your problem? Please, mon Serge. I would hate to see anything happen to you. I've had it up to here with you. You shut up. I'm having a serious conversation with Serge. Why don't you mind your own business? That's it. Put up your dukes. I'm gonna kick your ass so hard you'll kiss the moons. You're the one who is going to have her derriere kicked, non? But alas, I cannot be caught fighting him here. Imagine the trouble I'd get into. Au revoir. Bye, Harley. I look forward to you being a main party member. And Serge, please dream of me, yes? Canonically, Serge marries Kid. I'm just gonna lay that out there flat, Lord Harriman. Jeez, what's her problem? Keep in mind, we still have a girlfriend. She's just over there. What do you think you're doing? Oh, well, I guess I'll kill you then. How developed are the 45 playable characters in skills and characterization? Less than Suikoden. And I have gone on record multiple times at saying that the characterization of Suikoden characters is lacking. Usually one note at best. So whatever's below one note. I would go so far as to say that there's only really... I know, but let's just know. 1, 2... Let's go with 3 playable characters who have any real story relevance and development. Kid's one of them. Harley is another, you just saw her. And the third would be Glenn. Yeah, bring whoever you want to. Now, here's the fun fact. They are not all made equal gameplay-wise. I was actually refreshing myself on some of the specifics. The main things that change are their techs, obvious. What they can equip, obvious. Their stat growth, yeah. Yeah, not Surge, by the way. And their elemental grid progression. So there is actually a substantial gameplay difference between each character. For example, you may or may not have noticed that Guile is already falling behind for us, because he is predominantly a melee character in a game, or sorry, he is predominantly a mage in a game that doesn't really benefit from having mage types, except in very specific circumstances. He does have one decent attack, but his stat growth is awful. And his elemental grid is terrible. And you're probably thinking, well, who cares? He's a mage. The elemental grid means the spell slots you have for spells. So, Surge is a weird one, because he is almost always better off just straight up white damaging. In fact, a common party combo, one we will be using, is the other two party members' jobs, willing to make sure that Surge does as much melee damage as possible. I've been chewing on this. I don't give games negatives for having save points. If I did that, a lot of games would get negatives. But also, it depends on what you do with them, as it always does. Some games just have a designated spot you go save in. I'm already leaning towards giving this game a negative for save points, because its save point distribution is bad. Have you noticed that? I mean, not really, Blinchval. Yeah, it's most games that have save points, including Chrono Trigger, think about where those save points are, and there is design to where they are. And here, not as much. And you can go huge swaths of time before you get to the next save point. And this is a PS1 game, there are no autosaves, or anything of similar equivalence. So, random rant while we're here. Why is it that almost every PS1 JRPG forgot all of the quality of life, interface, and control features they invented in the SNES era? There are so many tiny little details about how the UX functions in some of the later SNES RPGs, like Chrono Trigger and Final Fantasy VI, which is very, very, very well thought out and very well designed. And then you skip forward like a couple years, skip forward a generation, and all of a sudden half those features are gone. Auto-A is gone. Memory toggle sometimes goes away. Half the time you don't have quick swap between inventory and purchasing. Half the time you can't quickly swap between other characters and see what they have equipped. Or have nice, efficient layouts of stat changes to show exactly what is altered by different types of equipment or builds. Like, there's just a lot of weird little features that kind of went away. It's all little stuff, right? But it's all stuff that I dig under quality of life that makes games flow. You know me. I really value a game that flows well, arguably more than a game that has good content. It was a big point of contention when we were reviewing WoW, because WoW has incredibly good flow, because its interface is some of the best in the business. And yeah, several, speaking of save point, several late SNES RPGs really figured out how to make the game just kind of pop. And then we got to the PS1 era. Some of those features persisted. Like FF7 actually has pretty solid features. And then half those features went away in FF8. This game doesn't have half those features. I don't remember if Xenogears does. We'll get there when we get there. FF9 doesn't have half those features. Like, what happened? Anyway, sorry. Rant off. I don't have an answer to this question. It's just something that's bugged me for years. Speaking of that, did you know that they ripped out one of the quality of life features in the Pixel remaster of FF6? I was testing my controller briefly, and I pulled up FF6 Pixel Remaster on the Switch 2, just to test something, and I noticed that Auto-A is gone. Why did they get rid of Auto-A? That's so strange. Hell, Chrono Trigger and Earthbound both have L input, too. It's another thing that just went away after both games. So, I'm going to hold down confirm. You'll notice nothing is happening. This is because there is no Auto-A. The point of Auto-A is to just hold down the button, and what it is supposed to do is it will accept the input at the first frame it is possible to do so. Now, obviously, that's helpful from a speedrunning and a challenge running perspective, but it's also nice when you're just kind of grinding. So you don't have to mash A, you just hold the button down. Like I said, it's a little thing. It's a little quality of life feature. And it's gone from the Pixel remaster of FF6. Huh? And yeah, FF7 has Auto-A. Chrono Cross does not. What? Yeah, Lufia 2 also had Auto-A. I call it Auto-A because confirm was A back in that era. But auto-confirm is really what it should be called. So I'll try to be more specific. Auto-confirm. Green, untemporarily unusable. You bastard. I'll kill you. With red. Actually, I'm just gonna do this. Screw it. Here's a tiny little quality of life feature that Chrono Trigger had that almost no other game has. While you're playing, if you're in the menu and you select, I think it's Y. No, that's wrong. It's X, excuse me. You automatically select attack. And you're probably thinking, but what I mean by that is it doesn't interrupt your memory. So you could have, random example, cure all memorized. So you've got it so that your memory cursor is on cure all. But you don't want to cure every round. So on the rounds you don't, you hit X in order to attack. And then when you want to cure, you hit A in order to then cure all. It allowed for both inputs separately. I lean on that more than I'd like to admit to, because sometimes I cast and sometimes I attack, and I have a shortcut for both. Again, SNES game. 96? That was 94. That was 94. Yeah, it was essentially a hotkey on a controller, which was way ahead of its time. While I'm on the subject. Again, the only other game I've seen do something even close to that would be Earthbound. I believe the Truce Tutorial Room says that, but do not quote me on that, because I don't remember. Let me check. Hang on. You got me thinking now. This will literally take me seconds. Hear nothing. Oh my god, it even looks better. Her name's Luca. Make sure to talk to Mom again to get the money. Thanks, Mom. Oh, yeah, the music. Oh my god, the music. Oh my god, I can't do this. I can't do this. Okay, so let's go to the tutorial place. Okay, so here's the tutorial area. Blah, 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 blah. So that explains the difference between power and hit. That one explains shelters. That one explains how to alter the menu, the dialogue, which is a weird another quality of life feature. That one explains how you can walk while reading messages. That one explains what save points are. That one teaches about skills. That one teaches about line stuff. That one teaches about damage. That one teaches about running. $100 extra gold. Damn. Speaking of battle music. I'm just gonna skip forward through this a little bit. I've used this as a primo example of what regular battle music should be for years. And this is Mitsuda, to be clear. This is full-on Mitsuda, right here. So it's not like he can't do it. This, FF6, and FF7 are usually what I consider golden standard for battle music. It looks like they do not actually tutorialize it. Huh. Go figure. Sorry, I'm checking something. Now you got me curious. I've thought about that a lot, Blue Dragon EC, because there are 3 versions of this game, and each of them would actually review separately. Okay, so this is interesting. So, X. See what I mean? Goes right to the melee attack, right to the white damage. It's also faster by several frames to do that input. Which is only really relevant if you're like really in a hurry, or, I don't know, beating the game at level 1, just random example. The reason I bring that up, though, is because, no, Luthor, the first battle I did, you probably didn't see it, because I don't have it on screen, but you probably heard that it wasn't working. So I was like, huh, why isn't it working? It turns out the option only functions if you have save cursor on in the menu. Save battle cursor set to yes, and now it starts working. So it's not only a feature the game doesn't tell you about, but it only works if a certain option is toggled. Weird. Anyways, I guess I can't keep playing Chrono Trigger, can I? Anyways. You have yet to steal a single thing successfully, kid. I just want you to know that. You suck. Listen, Chrono needs to end up with Marl so they can both die to... Oh, whoops. Spoilers. We'll get there. I'll give that negative when we get there. I would say that the lack of tutorialization qualifies as a negative, yes. And so I will ding Chrono Trigger when we get there for that. That is not the only feature of that game the game doesn't properly communicate. Like the very nature of how speed operates. It does tell you how magic defense operates. What it does not tell you is that about 90% of the spells in the game do magic damage. I'll talk about that when we get there. Because the game won't. Wait, we totally did it. We found the frozen flame. Ah. Don't see any other booty here either. I guess I better ask the general directly then. What is it you wish to ask me? My compliments on getting past my security. Now, may I ask you, who in heaven's name are you? So you're General Viper? I sure hope so, Noel. You know what? No, I'm going to delete the VOD immediately after this, just because you asked. Why did you send your dragoons to get my mate Sarge here? Sarge? My dragoons? Afraid, my dear, I haven't the foggiest idea what you're talking about. General, I believe these vermin are here to see me, the main villain. See, you can tell I'm evil, because I'm the mysterious vizier of the lord of the local area, which I think by Latin logical definition makes me evil. I'm also a cat, and we all know cats are evil. Thank you for the sub, Noel. As always. And if you want to put that towards up to 3 games, please let me know. Ross, you never picked anything. Someone pick some games. I've got a bunch of stuff to allocate, and nobody's picking anything, so pick some stuff. Okay, here, I'm just going to go down the list. This will go towards FF11. This one will go towards Dragon Age 4. This one will go towards Jedi Fallen Order. This one will be Manifold Garden. This one will be Xenosaga. This one will be Jack Block. This one will be Wrath of the Righteous. Where was I? This one will be Mega Man Battle Network. Hang on, let's scroll down again. This one will be Sunlit. No, here, no, wait, I already picked one. This one will be FTL. This one will be 13 Sentinels. This one will be... Wait. Mr. Red already picked one. You can also tell he's the villain because this is his song. Like, listen to this guy. Say a game, Wolverine. Quick! Say a game! Quick! Quick, Wolverine! No! I'll put this one towards Zero Escape. And then this one towards Pokemon Soul Silver. And this one towards Terraria. I got one more. Thank you for being part of the show, Nordame. I will jot that down. For Wizards, Guild Wars 1, Xenoblade 3, Xenoblade X. Animorphs. Very good. Bonanza. You know what? That's a good pick. Donkey Kong Bonanza. Done. Okay, we're out. We're done. It seems you have saved me the trouble of finding you. Lynx? Young girl, are you... What's the matter? Cat got your tongue? I finally caught you by the tail now, Lynx. Kid, I've come for two things. The frozen flame and your life, you murderer. Ah, so you must be Kid, then. A member of the fearsome band of thieves known as Radical Dreamers, correct? Radical Dreamers, this young lady. Precisely. Don't let her innocence fool you, General. She's quite ferocious. Ha! Ferocious? My ass! After what you've done. I hate to disappoint you, but the frozen flame is not here. That fire lies hidden in the Sea of Eden, the place where past and future collide. Alright then, looks like I have to cut that part off till later. In the meantime, I'll settle my score with you, Lynx. Prepare to meet your maker. Alright, so I think this is not a supposed to lose. This is a good time as any to show off a mechanic. I don't think anything anywhere tutorializes that this is a mechanic. So I guess we just established precedence that that's a negative. So I'm going to run away. You can run from bosses in this game. And what it does is it plops you right here and pretty much like gives you a chance to hit your menu and re-equip and heal up and do whatever. And I mention this because how many of you have ever seen a game where there's a boss fight, which may or may not be a bad boss fight, maybe a good boss fight even, but nothing tells you that it's happening. So you have no warning that that fight's coming. And that's the negative. It's the fact that it's a gotcha. Right? Yeah, the unexpected cutscene boss. That sucks. I actually dinged Breath of Fire for a boss fight that I gave a positive to for this exact feature. Because it was a good boss fight, but nothing tells you it's coming. And so you are very unprepared for it unless you know it's coming. So this actually bypasses a bit of walkthroughitis. Yeah, Mikba, the Mikba fight. This bypasses that by giving you a chance to be like, whoa, hang on. Okay, let me check my stuff here. It's not perfect, but it is a good feature, and it does deserve a positive. I'm going to put that under quality of life. Because it is. Yeah, exactly, Zara. Okay, so actually, I think we're good to go for this fight. We should be good. Hang on, let me double check something really quick. Actually, yeah, let's put turn black on him there. That's a good idea. And then for her... I could just go with boring. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah, that's a very unique feature that, honestly, more games could use. There we go. Fireball +3. That'll help. And I don't think he summoned ads. So if I want to go that route with it, let's go ahead and pop in 5+1 and Photon 1. And let's switch over to our mage, who... This is what I meant by this. This is why I meant... Look at Kid's grid. It's the thing in the upper left, right? Under... Kind of like just over her portrait there. So 4 level 1 slots, 3, and then 2, and then 1. That's a decent grid. She's a rogue. The mage has 1, 1, 2, and 1. He has better magic stats, too. Jesus Christ. All right. There's even an in-lore reason why he has crappy element blocks. It's not a good reason. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and replace that with that, and I also want. Oh, do I want that? I could do that. That's actually not a bad idea. Actually, yeah. New plan. Let's do this instead. No, the in-lore reason is because he was originally Magus, and then he wasn't Magus, then he was, then he wasn't, then he was. And during one of those periods, they decided that he has natural magic, and therefore he doesn't need artificial magic. Because remember, elements is technology. It's actually a piece of literal equipment that you slot in lore. So anyways, boss fight. Boss fight. Boss fight. There we go. There is no escape. That's actually a lie, as we've just demonstrated. Exactly, Blitchball. Okay, so let's just get some basics in here. That is a weird field to start with, especially for this dude. Huh. This game also has swapping with the Y button, which is something FF6 and CT and FF7 all had. I think 8 has that too, and I know 9 does. I forget when they stopped having that feature, because they did stop having that feature at some point. So let's generate some element. Okay, so he's fully black, which is good. I guess I didn't need turn black, because he's already black. Whatever. Let's go ahead and open with the meteorite. We're white, of course. The main hero is white, and the main villain is black. You know what I mean. Yes, it is, Kid Fan. Good luck. You're gonna need it. Let's try to get some more white on the field. It does, Mr. Red. Funny you say that. White element's temporarily unusable. Unfortunately for him, my damage is white. My white damage. So... Oh, you'll see, Mr. Red. You'll see. Whatever you're thinking, it's stupider. Well, we're at least partially white. I guess that's gonna have to do. He just really wants to screw with my grid. I will say I've been chewing on it, and I kind of like this very bizarre approach to turn-based. So let me explain how this works, because it's a thing. So there are turns in the strictest sense of the word, but the way they work is each... Oh, God, how do I even explain this? So let's say I go to attack, right? I'm going to do one attack, just one. Okay, so the turns have advanced by 1. That makes it his turn, so he attacks me back. Now it's back to me. As I'm attacking, our stamina goes up as we're getting turns back. Or rather, everyone else is getting a turn back. So everyone who isn't taking an action gains stamina back every turn. You spend stamina to make a turn. Make sense? In other words, you can't just sit there. I mean, you can just sit there and defend. But the idea is that someone has to attack so the rest of your party can generate stamina. You with me? This is why, if you've been paying attention for some of the trash fights, I was stuck at the point where, we would just bounce back and forth between the two survivors, doing one attack each, because that one attack would give them stamina to do one attack, which would give him stamina to do one attack, etc. If it's not obvious, the system falls apart a little bit when you only have 2 party members. Just keep attacking. Do whatever. Let's get some stamina back. It is also relative to how big of a hit you do. Notice that generated a bunch of stamina for Surge. You can also play with this on some of the harder stuff. So for example, I could back off since she still has some stamina, switch over to Guile, who has full stamina, and have him do a big hit. That missed, but we can now back off of him, switch over to Surge, who has full stamina, and do a big hit. Now, you're discouraged from doing this because the accuracy, which I mentioned earlier. So, like, for example, I keep doing that, I'm just going to run dry, so I want to raise my accuracy a bit so I can actually do some freaking damage. You'll also notice you lose your combo when you swap. So there is some interesting dynamic stuff going on here. I just missed a 94% chance. I know, it's not actually 94. I know that. Also, we're double black, so I think we're going to go ahead and give up on white, and we'll start making everything red. Congrats, getting fed. Also, I don't want to be mean, but I am not impressed with the spell effects. I think FF7 had better spell effects than this, and I know FF6 did. And Chrono Trigger. A whole bunch of, like, 2D games had better spell effects. Of course they did. Sprite work was really in a good place. But again, I think FF7 has better looking spells than this. Hell, there are some spells I'll use in FF6 just because they look cool. So we're going to generate some stamina with Surge here. FF7 predates this by 3 years. I love Ultima and FF7, unironically. I also like the Big Four. There's a materia, I think it's called the Contain materia, which contains 1 super spell of each element. And those super spells also have like a special status effect that comes with them. All 4 of those spells look awesome. Trying to screw with my order here. Let's go ahead and make sure that Guile doesn't die, shall we? Don't die, Guile. Now, FF8's magic... I barely remember, which probably says all it needs to, but I also barely cast in FF8, so that's probably more relevant there. Oh yeah, also, your particular element only goes up if you attack. And by attack, I mean land an attack. You have to actually land in order to do something. Like, that's a pretty pathetic-looking fireball. Junctioning is fantastic in FF8. unironically. Yeah, who casts spells in 8? I legitimately can't picture what any of those spells look like off the top of my head. Oh, by the way, if an enemy interrupts your combo, it doesn't count as interrupting your combo. So that's nice. I mean, it's literally red sphere, move red spear to thing. Right, what are you linking, Kira? What was? Oh, the mechanic. The Mechanus Cannon. I actually remember that spell. I don't know if we'll show that off, but we'll try. When we get there. I remember how to get it. It's been a while. When we do finally review FF8, I'm going to make a point of casting every spell at least once. It's part of viscerality. I'll do the same in all of them, really. What haven't I shown off? Nothing. I mean, 64 damage is a lot in that game. It's no more than in this game. Hit it, Uthor. Honestly, I'm already kind of bored of this boss fight. This is taking way too long. Let's see if we can steal from him. We can't, but we're going to try. Holy God! That is the first time we've stolen anything the entire game. So, speaking of, we need to jot down a potential negative. Give me a second. Let's put that in our core mechanic. No, it's itemization. A magic ring. I don't even know how useful it is, but I'll come back to that in a second. I mean, it was a big element of that episode. So, yeah, that makes sense. The negative is, Loke likes this game. Negative to gameplay. So, in my mind, I think of it as the Final Fantasy IX negative. For those of you not aware, in Final Fantasy IX, stealing is incredibly lucrative. Like, you get some very good stuff from stealing in FF9. And you can get it very early, too. At a point where it's actually useful, in other words. The general idea is pretty logical. Think of it as 3 points, okay? Let's say there's a sword. It's the sword of Mr. Red, okay? So, the Mr. Red sword is pretty good for level 10, okay? So, by the time you get to about level 11 or 12... you will find the Mr. Red sword in shops or from the synthesis, okay? Easily accessible. However, you'll find it about level 10 or 9 if you find it out in a treasure chest, in a dungeon, or as part of one of the side collector things. However, you could find it at level 8 or 7 if you steal it. Make sense? So, steal, find, procure. Easy, right? This game has the same general problem. Because you're probably thinking, wait, that's not a problem, that's great. And you're right, except for the steel part of the equation. First of all, nothing tells you that. In either game, nothing informs you that stealing is bonkers useful. Second of all, stealing is random. Now in FF9, it's boring. Because what you do is you steal, and then you pass, and then you pass, and then you pass, and then you steal, and then you pass, and then you pass, and then you pass, and you just keep doing that. That's actually the problem. The loot distribution is actually good, I'm with that. But having to constantly, boringly spam steal to be able to steal something is irritating. There's other mechanics, let's ignore those for right now, let's focus on Chrono Cross. Because in Chrono Cross, not only do you have a random chance of stealing, but you can only use steal once per combat. Hang on. It's actually more irritating than you think, because remember, you can flee from battle, even boss battles. So the standard operating procedure for every boss in the game, and that is not an exaggeration, is get into the boss battle, usually with Fargo, who's got the steal ability. Try to steal. If you fail, or if you get the wrong thing, because they have two things they can give you, run. Then walk back into the battle, steal with Fargo, get the thing you want, or don't, run if you didn't. And that loop is aggravating as hell. This is especially true because it's not just useful items, which you might argue, you're just trying to get useful items. In Chrono Cross, I would argue that some of the items you get from stealing are mandatory. Like, the plates, for those of you who know what those are, right? You've got to steal the plates. Why did they do that, Mr. Red? I'm sorry. I'm still processing how insane that is. So yeah, that wasn't Link's, that was one of his Link's shadows. Not the last time we'll see those. Did you think I'd be stupid enough to pick a fight with a rabid dog? Why, just a shadow of mine is enough to deal with the likes of you. Now, Surge, what do you desire from this world? Do you wish to live again? Do you want to erase your demise from the pages of history? What's wrong, Surge? Wow, that's loud. Okay. Listen to me. The end of the human world is nigh. When the time comes, Surge, there shall be a deep enmity between you and the world. This is not speculation or prediction. This is history. Bugger, this doesn't look good. You cannot escape. There is something I want to ask you. Daddy, about that voyage, I've been thinking... Oh. Don't move a whisker if you want this girl to live. Goodness gracious, who are you? My darling Riddle. Why, you dirty. You're talking about the end of humans, and you're upset about me for taking a hostage. Shut up, old timer. Our lives are at stake here. There ain't nothing dirty about saving your own life. Be calm and quiet. I won't hurt you, okay? Just need you to come with us till we reach a safe place. Yeah, alright, Surge. Come on, let's bust out of here. Don't be foolish. Do you really think you could escape? We're blocked in. You fiend, take your dirty hands off of Lady Riddell. Oh, okay. What do you take me for? An idiot? Urgh. Search this way. That's hilarious, Mr. Red. We have you now, you vermin. There is no way out of here. L'Oreal, let's work out a deal. Release my daughter and I shall let you walk away. How about it? Yeah, right, as if we can trust you. Are you willing to jump to your death? So, did you see that? Nice little detail. Kid actually pushed Riddell out of the way when Lynx threw a dagger at her. In other words, Lynx was trying to kill Riddell, put very simply. What do you live for? What are you willing to die for? I've been waiting for you, Surge. Waiting a long, long time for you. About 13,000 years. Now come to me, Surge, the assassin of time. The Chrono Trigger! Credits. Peace! What's special about Surge? Nothing. Oh, we can save. Perfect. I will be right back. So, I don't know if I agree with that von Falkenstein, but I suppose... Eh. Oh, we'll get to it. That means we're level 8, Czar. Okay, sorry about all that. So what's special about Surge? Do you want the real answer? It's not really a spoiler. Not really. By the way, I don't want to spoil too much, but some of you may be aware of the grand list of console RPG cliches. It was a very large list made back, oh god, a really long time ago. And it has a whole bunch of cliches, which it's mostly just there for like fun, right? It's not trying to actually be belittling. It's just there to be like, hey, right? For example, there's Rule 5, the Logan's Run rule. RPG characters are young, very young. Average age is about 15, unless the character is decorated and battle hardened, in which case they are 18. Such teenagers often have skill with multiple weapons and magic, years of experience, and never worry about their parents telling them to come home from adventuring before bedtime. By contrast, characters more than 22 years old will cheerfully refer to themselves as washed up old fogies ready to make room for the younger generation. One of the rules on this list, Rule 168, is called, and I quote, "Way to go, Surge." It will eventually turn out that for a minimum of the first 60% of the game, you are actually being manipulated by the forces of evil into doing their sinister being for them. In extreme cases, this can go as high as 90%. I'll let you decide why it's called Way to Go, Surge. Anyways. So we get our second branch of the game. We've already had one. You're finally awake. If you're looking for your friends, they're outside. Also, we've met the main villain, so, you know, the story's really starting to push. Woo! Story. I guess plot is a better word. Can't wait to get rid of Guile. My god. Oi, Sid! Finally woke up, boy. Give you thanks to Korcha. He's the one that saved us after we fell off the cliff. Nah, no sweat. It's just part of my job as a ferryman. I have to admit, you caught me by surprise when you came falling from the sky. You're lucky it was the sea that you fell into and not the rocks. Jeez, you're such a wuss. How could you get knocked out from such a short fall? As for me, a little graze like this ain't gonna... Thud. Oh man, she's burning up. There's a clinic. We should take her there. We did, Mr. Red. That's not a joke. I'm gonna go with no, Mr. Red. Seems the patient has been poisoned with Hydra venom. I would say the most she has to live is about 2 days. If I had some Hydra humor, we'd be able to neutralize the poison. Doc, if we find this Hydra human, can we save the girl? Yes, but that's impossible now. Hydras are extinct on El Nido. What do you mean extinct? What's going on? Hydras are very rare and valuable creatures. Their blood, bones, meat, every part is valuable. It's considered to be a panacea for various illnesses. That's the reason hydras were hunted to extinction in El Nido. As a result, the whole species have been made extinct, just to make a quick fortune, because humans are evil. Is there no way to find this humor? If you cross the sea to the mainland, there might be a chance, right? It's not possible. The currents of El Nido are extremely dangerous this time of year. It's highly improbable to cross the sea unless you're on a large vessel. Even if you manage to get there, your chance of fighting a Hydra humor are bleak. We do not have much time. Doctor? Hey, Doc, where you going? Nothing's been resolved yet. Excuse me, I need to be alone for a while. Surge, what are we going to do? Kid is going to die! So, branching decision point. We can go try to save Kid, or we can not do that. It changes who you recruit when, it changes some of the items you can get, and it changes the story arc you go through. Basically, you do one dungeon or the other. So, there's Harley. Hi, Harley. She is done for the count, just as I thought. Serge, mon ami, why don't we just leave her be? Who are you? What's with the strange costume? Don't ask. I have no business with no chicken hawk. I'm having a conversation with Serge. You're bothering me, so keep your mouth shut. Why, you. I ain't gonna let you barge into this room, get away with the stuff you said. You made me mad. I'll show you some manners. I'm not gonna cut you any slack just because you're a girl. Try if you dare. I'm not so weak as to be caught by a chicken hawk. Hey, you got some nerve. You're gonna regret a charge. Whoops. Damn it, where'd she go? Ah, your museum. What? What? Oh, okay. Such a simpleton. It's so much fun playing jokes on you. I was only here to see how she was doing, but I had fun while I was at it. So long, Serge. Au revoir, mon ami. Please dream of me every night. Don't worry, she's not our wife. Or our girlfriend. She's... We'll get there. Yo, Serge. Are all your friends like that? I mean, one of the party members is a bona fide alien. Serge. Come on, go talk to her. Wait, do I have to? Serge, I'll leave this with you. It's my favorite amulet. Remember what the prophet said. Where did it all start? The angels lose their way. Try to remember, Serge. I'm feeling a bit tired. I'm gonna rest up for a while. It's just a different path, push-ups. We're not refusing, for the sake of this playthrough. You were what the doc said. There's no more hydras in this world. Top of that, there's no way to get to the mainland, and El Nido isn't in that small a place. You gotta take a 1 in a million chance to search for things to save a girl you barely know. Hey, what you gonna do? I'm going to find a way to save her. Alrighty then, I'll come along with you. Do you have to? I guess you do. Honestly, I think Poshul is a little bit more useful in the party right now. Which is pathetic. We could just... I like how he's not even an option. We could just do this. Whatever. By the way, do you have a clue where to start looking? Hey, do you? That's what I thought. Where in the world should we start? All we have left is that girl's amulet. Damn, what are we gonna do? If only we had some kind of clue. Yes. Maybe we should go see the shaman? The shaman might be able to give you some clues from that amulet. That's right, the shaman. A thaman, that's an unfamiliar word. I hate you. The shaman inherits the power of the dragon god and governs the village. They're like a mayor or chief. The shaman might know something, though I can't say for sure. It's worth a try. We'll continue outside. Let's see what to do about the boat. Huh? Oh, you're Luna from Mel's place. What, Oh, hey. Mel, what is she up to? What's up? It's just a cat. Strange guy. Come on, let's get going. Alright. Alright, so chat. Who in chat can tell me what PFR means? We need to get going as soon as possible, but you probably need to equip yourselves, right? I'll be waiting here. Let me know when you're ready to go. You need to see the shaman. It's down this way. Take the ladder to the second floor of the merchant tower, then go left. Possible. Feasible. Reasonable. So, where do we think recruiting all 45 people falls under? Possible is actually correct. I don't think it even fulfills the feasible requirement. I did a little looking. It really would take, if I had a guide, 3 playthroughs to get everyone. No. Now, the funny thing, though, is you're probably thinking, what about all that amazing content we're missing out on? There is none. I say without hyperbole that Suikoden games and their 108 party members have more story per character than this game does with its 45. I've done that a couple of times, Savacom, usually with shorter games, or when it's mandatory. The demi-humans in this village get along with humans, but many others of our kind still hold a grudge against humans. Those that were driven off the mainland gathered to build the village of Marbul. It's on the big island southeast of here. Oh yeah, by the way, humans are evil! Sorry to be abrupt. You ever come across a shiny material? Yeah, elements are common items, but there's special things called summon elements. Yep, you can do a summon if the entire board is the color of the summon. To my knowledge, those summons are completely worthless. Population is lower compared to the past. Old customs and lores might fade with time. Yes, human supremacy. Genocide. Yeah, like... You know what? Van Falkenstein's right. You can get all 108 in one playthrough. And it's not even that hard, mostly. Like, I think we decided on a case-by-case basis, but the ones we've covered, which is 1 and 5, both of those, for the most part, you can just find most of those pretty intuitively. There's like 20-ish, which require a walkthrough. Or, you know, irritation. Another life is about to slip through my hands, just like before. Nothing's changed at all by studying medicine. Man, I am so powerless. Yeah, I'm right there with you, buddy. So you're just going to give up on this life? It's not the case, is it? If you don't, who else will help her be back from the edge of life and death? I don't know your past. Living bound by the past is a very painful thing. You need to face reality head on. Running away isn't a sin, but it accomplishes nothing. That would be really funny, Chilpanklin. One thing is different from the past. You have the ability to heal. Everyone in the village recognizes that. Don't suffer by yourself. If you give up now, you'll never be freed from your past. Now go. Don't let it end without doing something first. I've done them a discourtesy. I'm a failure as a doctor, but I'll do what I can. Thanks, Orlha. See, I can answer that question now, Subcom. We are currently in another world. I have to think about that for a sec. It's always like the flip of what makes sense to me in my head. Another world is the unaltered timeline, is what I would call that. Whereas the other world, which is Homeworld, is the altered timeline, which is where we come from. Yes. Yeah, canonically, this is the timeline that leads to 1999, after the events of Chrono Trigger. In other words, there's no Day of Lavos. As a matter of the sea, you gotta be on your toes. Pay close attention to element placement. Yeah. I will be explaining the entire plot. In fact, I already have my notes on that to help keep me organized on that. But I can tell you the plot right now by memory because I've been explaining to people the plot of this game for literally 20 years. I have a whole speech planned for it, which is going to boil down to... So you ever wonder how I got into streaming? This is how. It's explaining the plots of JRPGs from the PS1 era. That's not a joke. The original reason behind getting into streaming was people wanted me to explain and discuss the plots of these games, because a lot of these games, FF7, FF8, FF9, FF10, Xenogears, Chrono Cross, don't really do a great job of explaining their own story. Usually for localization reasons. Yeah, Breath of Fire. Breath of Fire 2, I think, is a big one there, but also Breath of Fire 3. So another PS1 one. PS1 one? Really? Okay, so I've already got a couple of those. I don't need more. Let's... Let's get a couple of these, just so we have some in the bank. Whoops, oh, whatever. And then let's buy some potions. There we go. Xenogears. Yeah, but we'll get there. Far off in eastern El Nido, there's a village called Marbul. Home to demi-humans, but my friends there hate humans because humans are evil. I'm never going to stop pointing that out. Like, we're not even really to the bad stuff yet. We haven't hit the genocide point yet. To the north of this village lies Earth Dragon Isle, which we locals call the land where the dragon sleeps. Still a few years ago, the surface was covered with sand, but somehow the sand disappeared completely overnight. Earth Dragon Isle, huh? Put that on the to-do list. I think you know the answer to that, Mr. Red. Please stop looking at me. You have been fed. You won't get fed for like another hour and a half. So I don't want to hear it. Oh, it's Mel. What? Don't you bother me. Gotta concentrate and concentrate. Okay. You're new around here, right? You know what these wires are for? I'll teach you pressing 5G. Nah, I already know, thanks. You're kind of fishy. I don't know. Have a safe flight. Whee! Congrats, Kitten Fan. Now you get to look up to the golden strawberries. Sorry, the golden strawberry. There's actually two categories of it. Please stop attacking my arm. Okay, I'll do this. Is this better? Is this what you want? Well, you're not in a playful mood because you didn't attack me. What do you want? What do you want? What do you want? What do we got? No, if you don't kill the Hydra, the fairy actually dies off camera. And the marsh goes to hell. Oh, okay, so, okay. That's not what I thought it was. I received this bone from a trader. I'm sure its real owner would like to have it returned to nature. Sure! Pelvic bone. Cool. Weird. Speaking of quests we are not doing, Skelly's quest. Oh my god. The worst part is he is so crap. It takes like 20 hours to recruit him, and he is just crapo. Worst party member I've seen in a JRPG? Ooh. Well, that's tough. Because we've had bad gameplay characters. We've had bad story characters. But it's actually pretty rare that we have both. Have you heard of the 6 dragons? Supposedly there's 6 dragon gods out there. The 6 great dragons descended from the heavens to seal away the evil and promise eternal prosperity across the land. It's part of an old song passed down in El Nido for a long time. What do they look like? This is the Dragon Shrine. Act courteously. Yeah, I was trying to think of like an actual character. Welcome to the Dragon Shrine. I am Stina, a shaman, serving village chief and high priestess Daria. I presume you've come to seek assistance. Please don't hesitate to ask for guidance. You possess a young but gentle air about you. It's an odd wind whirling about. I've heard that such wind bearers appear at times. Yes, the black wind is howling. Do you speak the truth, that you are already dead in this world? I see, so that's why you have an odd air about you. As for a way to return to your original world, I do not know. There are always reasons why such phenomena occur. The land of Genesis, your only key lies there. The key that connects your world to this one. Shall we say it is a dimensional distortion of sorts? How would you know anything about this? If events in your world are different from events here, it may be possible to save the girl stricken with hydra poison. If the extinct hydra still exists in your world. Yeah, thanks, I caught that. Because I have a functioning brain. Sorry. I like how we had to go talk to a spiritual shaman to be told something that we already figured out. Genesis? Is he even a party member? I don't remember him joining the party. I remember him being a boss. You ready to go? Yep. Wait, Nina in 3. You know, yeah, actually. Yes, I'm ready. Let's go. Nina does at least have one good sequence, but for the most part, she is weirdly ineffectual. And she sucks gameplay-wise. And the game keeps forcing you to use her, even when it's really bad for the game to do that to you. I do like the zoomed out world now. Hey! Yes. Who said you could dock that thing here? Get that thing out of here right now. Hey, don't be such a hard ass. It's not like we're robbing from anyone. Besides, nobody else is docking here, right? That's not the point. What I'm trying to say is... Here, keep it. You can't bribe me with some... The delicious scent. This subtle texture. This must be the famous rare drink of the Dragonians. The Dragon's Glory. Thought this might happen, so I snagged some from my ma's kitchen. Alright, I'll give you special permission this time, but next time I might not be so easy, so when that happens... Don't worry, I'll get some more for you. Very well. You're pretty quick for a kid. Yep, we had to bribe our way to the docks because he is not human. Because, remember, humans are evil. You better hurry, that girl's gonna die. You can't do this alone. Why don't you let me come along? Sure. I mean, you gotta be better than Guile, right? Not really, actually. But whatever. We'll show off how terrible you are. I've got one, Ross. I'm not even sure I'm going to say her name right, because she's such a non-character, and she's kind of crap in gameplay compared to basically every other party member in her game. Hina? Hana? Hinu? In Persona 5. Minu? Hanu? Haru! Haru. Is the place? It's just to average, yeah, beach. Hey, Sergi Poo. What do we do now? Teleport. The hell's this thing? I'm not really used to supernatural stuff. Yeah, Haru is not... It's just not designed. That's the problem. On either axis. Yes, I know what a wormhole is. Thank you, dog. There we go. Where did my party members go? Oh no! Ah! Oh god, Lexus did join the party, didn't he? Forgot about that. I think I forgot about that during the run, too. Now we're in the other world. We still can't believe it, though. The thief from FF1. I mean, yeah. There are some objectively broken characters that qualify, but at the same time, Thief's not a character. It didn't change anything, Ross. What do you want from me? Okay, so now we need to go to the Hydras. I don't actually remember where the Hydras are. We also don't have a... We also don't have a ship. I just realized that. Okay, hang on. Let's go check in with our girlfriend while we're trying to save, you know, our wife's life. Sarge, where have you been? You got me worried sick. You just suddenly disappeared from the beach. That was some magic trick. Don't even think about playing that again. Once is enough for me. Okay, bye. We'll probably never talk again. Bye. When did Majora's Mask come out? $2000. That can't be it. That can't be right. No, that can't be right. Poor Army is currently investigating the area. It's off limits to the general public. So we literally can't go through here because Poor is here instead of the Dragoons. Well, to the Hydras, I suppose. Hey, Mr. Floyd. Was it really 2000? That took them a long time to make Majora's. Why was the surge? Didn't the village elders tell you not to come here? Do you have some kind of business here? Yeah. I won't ask you what it is. I can tell by the look on your face it's something important. Here, go on through. I'm sure the three of you can handle yourselves. Before you enter, give you a word of advice. The marshes are like a maze. Thanks. Here's some advice. Don't die. Cool. You know, I actually don't know, Mr. Red. I'm not a big Mitsuda head, so I didn't really follow his career all that much. I mean, the dog was just like, wow, I can't believe I'm in another world, and that's it. Does that count? Surely that counts, right? Look at the plus side. Your party members barely being characters is reducing the number of negatives this game is getting. That's not a joke, by the way. What you doing standing there in a daze? I hate the cold and clammy places. Besides, we ain't got time to sit and toast marshmallows, man. Oh, we're gonna get all the loot. I might skip a few of the fights, too, because, I don't know, I'm curious of something, basically. Everybody down. Something big's heading our way. Bugs. It had to be bugs. Now, 3 of the characters have story. Well, how funded is it right now, Mr. Floyd? Did you see a strange-looking creature up ahead? No. Why are you showing it twice? This Biba no place for humans. Biba. Go away. Biba off. Language? Halfway, huh? So if the bar is about halfway full, then probably not anytime soon. Biba to Biba. Biba called friend. Yes, yes. Biba call another friend. Yes. Evil laughter. Oh my god, his weapon's a fishing pole. Of course it is. Thank you, Russ. I actually thought for quite a while about how to design that. That's kind of what I settled on. I'm pretty happy with it. Biba call even one more friend. Could you stop calling friends, please? Viva la revolution. Ah, no more friend come? Be but no friend left. I be very lonely now. You still have all of your friends here. What is there to be lonely about? Good evening, Jay Palmer. I have a very small amount of burn-in, and I have a strong amount of discoloration in the middle of my screen. And I was very curious about why that is. I actually finally did a lot of research on that to really figure out what the hell was going on. Turns out it's a common feature to this particular brand of OLEDs. It's actually completely unavoidable, too. It's just something that happens over time. It's heat. It's just heat generated. That's it. It is inevitable. I've already mentally decided that if I ever get to a point of being financially stable again, which is a big if at this point, I'm just going to replace it with a non-OLED and a non-LG. I've actually already picked out the monitor I get instead. I wouldn't say it gets excessively hot. It's just too much heat for the... I forget what they're called. It's right here. I should just use my monitor less. What's wrong with me here? Oh, wow. So you've got another 200 years, Lord Hermon? Jesus. That might take a minute. Which episode was that, Mr. Red? You're gonna have to help me out here. Honestly, if I'd known in advance, I might have been able to prep for it, Bragan, but it's too late now. The damage is done. I'm gonna pull that up to green. God, I don't even remember that episode. Oh, this fight sucks. Oh my god. We haven't even killed the one guy yet. There's 4 guys. We're still killing the first one. We have just got him to half health. I wouldn't mind going back to LCD at this point. I'm kind of tired of blacks. Especially in games where it's dark, which is more of them than you'd think. I mean, there's QLED Lunaruth, but honestly, that's basically the same thing. There's just a big discoloration in the middle. It's really easy to show if I, like, held up a camera and, like, did a color thing. You'd see it. It's most obvious in yellows. Yellows in the middle of the screen are actually orange. So, for example, if I move the game right now, which is in the middle of my screen, over here, the color of that background changes completely as I'm doing it. Or like there. That yellow becomes orange if I move it up there. Stuff like that. Please die. You're not even a boss. You're just an encounter here. Maybe you're a boss, I don't know. Wait, what's an arc, Mr. I think of... Oh, we've killed 1! Oh my god, we are 1/4 of the way through this combat. Ugh. Hello, cat. Can I help you? Yep, we've killed 1 enemy. We might actually die here. Sure wish I could see the HP of my enemies. I don't know, J. Palmer. I barely remember this part of the story, to be quite honest with you. Nothing significant is happening. We're doing a fetch quest. Our future wife has a fever, and we're going to get a sand ruby to cure her. That's what we're doing right now. Except instead of being anything interesting, like actually conveying information about how the world is getting worse over time, or being characterization for Edward, or helping to establish how Cecil feels about Rosa, or how Rosa feels about Cecil, we're just doing the task with none of the story attached to it. Do I have revive on him? I don't think I do. I super do not. I'm sorry for sounding negative, but this is very fetch questy, and I've been in this one combat for like 8 minutes now. You could say it's my fault, and that's valid, for not bringing a full boss-level kit to this random trash fight. It did not occur to me that I would have to. By the way, notice what I meant? The stamina system basically breaks down now that there's only 2 of us. That's why the enemies is getting so many turns all of a sudden, is because we don't have the numbers. We literally get less actions per turn because we're down a person. Which I know sounds like duh, but it's like more than usual because of the way the system's set up. We haven't even damaged the second guy yet. It's the way the system works, J. Palmer. Every action you take gives every other party member stamina. What I mean by that is right now I'm giving one party member stamina, and stamina is used to do actions. But if there's 2 party members, I'd be giving them double. Make sense? Here, I'm falling behind the curve very slowly. Because there's only 2 of me. That's why I keep getting like 1 attack in and then the enemy goes. Also, if I could just be blunt, not to complain about the HUD, since I'm complaining about everything else while we're here. Why is the color palette for the field effect transparent? It's already kind of hard to see which colors that is at any given point in time. Having something like static behind it, or just make it non-transparent, would, you know, make it so I could tell what the hell color it is at a glance, rather than being like, okay, that's red. That true, some characters are just worse about stamina generation. Surge actually has very high stamina generation, because he's the most overpowered character in the game. Now we're down to 1 character. So, what happens if we die? Fate has no forgiveness for those who dare stand against it. That's an interesting sentence, given this game. Okay. So I was just doing that to show. Obviously, I was ready to run. Okay, so that was a terrible encounter. What the crap? What in God's name is that encounter design? Here's an enemy. It has no unique abilities or special attacks. It just has a gigantic pile of health, and it attacks you, and then summons other versions of itself until there's 4 of them. That's it. 4 enemies with tons of health. That's the encounter. Oh my god, Blade to Fall. Here I think? God, I don't remember where all these places are in the stupid town. Go away, cat. He used to cry and run away at the sight of a pussycat. You know, but you were attacked by a panther demon. What's the panther demon have to do with anything? Nothing. I guess it left an emotional scar, but it's good that you've overcome that fear. Girls will think you're a weenie running from cats. Uh-huh. Near as I can tell, that is in fact a mandatory fight. It might actually be a boss. Ugh. Cat, please stop looking at me. I don't like it when you look at me. It's creepy. You heard me. Alright, hang on. Let's see if we've got anything to make this a little bit better. So first of all, obvious. Ow. Not you guys, I apparently cannot take any of the elements off of Guile or Kid, because after all, they're not in my party. Hang on, wait, I don't understand, Linworth. Were they trying to convince you to do the wall thing? Yeah, it looks like they were. Like, I'm just so confusing. Why would anyone try to sell you so much on a wall thing? I wouldn't want a wall thing. First of all, it's worse for the insulation. You know, for the airflow. Second of all, I move too often to want my monitor on the wall. And third of all, it would completely screw over my webcam setup. God, tell those people to leave you alone. Look, J. Palmer, I'm just being honest, okay? I love how I still don't have access to better gear, by the way. Which is worse, Pain or Torment? We'll find out, won't we? restore the potions I just burned through there. Yeah, I suddenly have no fireballs. Alright, hang on. Let me go check Yay Old A walkthrough for a second. I actually don't have a walkthrough for this game, but I'm sure I could find one quickly. Okay, here we go. Save Kid. Part 8 of 29. Please kill me. I love it. The walkthrough literally says this will be an annoying and drawn-out battle. Thanks, game. That is not a boss, by the way. There's a boss after that thing. There's 3 bosses after that, excuse me. Probably not, Mr. Red. So what I really wanted to look up was the elemental affinity of the damn thing. So I can figure out how to damage it. Okay, so they're yellow, apparently. Which is weak to green, I think. Alright. Oh. Well, we don't have any green attacks we can buy. So, whatever. We're kind of locked in. So green means green, and green means it's weak to yellow and strong against yellow. Red is strong against and weak to blue, and white is strong against and weak to black. Hey chat, have you ever encountered a moment like this in Chrono Trigger where there's just an irritating trash fight that you simply can't get past because it's just an irritating drawn-out fight? Round 2. The most irritating fight in Chrono Trigger? For the first playthrough? I would say either Nizbel 2, specifically 2, or the Ret Knight, especially if you don't know what you're doing, or Hecarim. One of those 3. That's the Ret Knight, Savika. I mean, the Ret Knight is arguably one of the hardest bosses in Chrono Trigger. So Nizbel 1 is a very basic fight. It's functionally a tutorial for Nizbel 2. Nizbel 1 is, I hit like a truck and take almost no damage until you hit me with lightning. Then I just sit here going, oh my gosh, I'm in so much pain, taking tons of damage, until after X amount of time has passed, at which point I do lightning damage to the entire group, and then repeat. Nizbel 2 skips the stun phase of that. So Nizbel 2 just keeps beating your face in, and then does the lightning AoE. Oh, the Mage's fight is fantastic. Ain't that the truth, Linerv? Let's go ahead and try to get a hit in. There we go. I'd have to actually think about what it's... I mean, obviously, okay. The final boss of Chrono Trigger is the best designed fight in that game. The actual final boss. Final boss. But, like, in terms of most fun? Oof, let me think about that. He is actually a completely different fight the second time, Ross. On the cape, is how we'll say that. Hi, Bluent. How's your day going? Because I'm stuck fighting this pile of HP. The Mage's 2 fight has to be easier. You fight it with only one person. Oh no, you don't have to, that's right. You can fight it with one person. Excuse me. And yeah, the second fight, you kill him if you do it. You know, that's a very good question, Mr. Red. Anyways, if you figure out the answer to that, please let me know. That's all I am to you. This background noise, Blue Wind. You know, actually, I agree with that. The Mazmian fight, which I'm never going to call anything else, is a good fight. Okay, 1 down, 3 to go. We're doing better this time. Ugh. So why is this game so much worse than Chrono Trigger? You should ask Valerian that. For those of you not aware, Valerian prefers this game over Trigger. Not an uncommon opinion I've seen, although I don't know how many people mean it. I don't mean that as an unkindness. This is actually something I was mentioning to Blue Wind recently. I've been on the internet for a long time. I've been around geek circles longer than that. And let me tell you, there's a weird thing where people will say something they don't actually mean. There's a lot of reasons why they might say something they don't actually mean. For example, maybe they're just trying to get cool points, or maybe they're trying to be contrarian, or maybe they're tired of hearing something, or maybe they just want to provoke a response, or maybe they haven't really thought about their own opinion. So, I've heard people say things that I'm not sure they actually mean. And Chrono Cross is better than Chrono Trigger is one of those things I've heard. Because, in addition to just general contrarianism, there's also the pushback, right? Pendulum effect. Yeah, we should be... Oh, I can't even look at it. Whatever. We're white now, so we're just going to do this. But yes, Ross, that is a great example of an irritating fight in Chrono Trigger. So pendulum effect is exactly what it sounds like. It's when you've heard... It's when you've been pushed in one direction so far that you push the other way, right? This is an extremely common human psychological thing. So, the two most common ways this expresses itself as you get tired of hearing someone praise something, so you're negatively disposed towards it, or you get tired of hearing someone bash something, so you overpraise it. The important part is the over part of the correction. You are no longer actually considering it fairly. You push back, because what tends to happen is people push back more than they should. For example, Blue Wind constantly insists that Blue Wind is really, really fond of FF2. Okay. For quite a while, I didn't believe that. Let me clarify. I didn't believe that it was something that is their actual favorite game of the FF series. A game they liked? Sure. A game they think is overhated? Absolutely. But their actual favorite? That's harder to swallow. Because troll rooms exist. Now, Bluent and I have actually discussed this exact thing and come to the conclusion that, no, there's actually a preference there for FF2. Oh my god, this thing still isn't dead. Yeah, imagine if Blade Chevelle told me, Final Fantasy XI is my favorite Final Fantasy. I'm not going to believe you. Not that I think your opinion is invalid. It's just, I don't believe that what you're saying is the truth. Because statistically speaking, it probably isn't. Again, I've been around too long to listen to something like that and be like, uh-huh. Well, unfortunately, we're going to lose our wonderful white field effect there, because I need to heal. Actually, yes, I do, Ross. In fact, there's a YouTube video I'm not even going to mention, which I hated because of how disingenuous it was in trying to come up with some reason to try and attack Ocarina of Time. Like, insisting that Ocarina was actually total trash. And it's like, uh-huh. Like, no. I don't believe you. Now, it's worth noting, and this is what Blue and I were talking about, every now and again someone really does think that way. And that's fine. Anybody who knows me knows I'm totally down for differences of opinion and perspective. It's just that, statistically speaking, I tend to not believe people when they say something so directly contrarian. At the very least, it's kinda sus. This is such a boring goddamn fight. Excuse my language. This is awful. And I'm about to lose my party members, which means this fight is about to go even worse because I'm going to lose my stamina generators. And I'm actually running behind on the ability to heal. I'm not going to go and spend a round healing because this is insane. Yes, cat. Not for another hour. Let's heal Korcha. He's about to die. He's more worthless, but he is closer to death. And that makes perfect sense. After all, Mass Effect 1 is the darling of the Mass Effect series. But frankly, those people are stupid. Because those people are only saying that because they think I'm going to be contrarian for the sake of being contrarian. I didn't explain that correctly. Let me try that out. Hang on, let me try that one more time. Rewind. So let's assume for a moment that I say Mega Man 2 is not as good as Mega Man 4. Okay? That's not me being contrarian, that's me having an opinion. Now, hang on. If I say Mega Man 2 is not as good as Mighty Number 9, that's a lot less believable. And that's the specific phenomenon that I'm actually describing here. If you tell me that you enjoy FF2, thumbs up, I'm with it. If you tell me that you like FF8, thumbs up, I'm with it. If you tell me that you think that FF6 is the worst Final Fantasy game, I'm going to look at you weird. Actually, 7's a better example. If you tell me FF7's the worst FF game, I'm going to look at you weird. The gradient of disagreement is the kind of thing that makes me go... I know a lot of people who list FF10 as their favorite. FF10 is one of the darling FFs. Now imagine someone said FF10 is worse than... Oh, I don't know. What's a really crap JRPG? Secret of the Stars. Imagine if someone actually said FF10 is worse than Secret of the Stars. You'll see why I look at that and I'm like, I don't believe you. I legitimately don't actually believe your opinion. It's too far. It's too much of a gap, right? At which point I'm just like, okay. That's true, Savacom. That's not true, though. Savacom doesn't say Lufia 1 is better than 2. Savacom says she prefers Lufia 1 to Lufia 2. And honestly, that one word change does make a huge amount of difference. If you tell me you prefer FF2 the most, without actually going out of your way to try and bash the others or whatever, then that's a little bit different. If you tell me that you prefer FF10 the most, or Metroid 1 the most, or Dragon Quest 2, or I'm trying to think of other like Black Sheep games, Mega Man 1, I have a much easier time believing that, because everyone has preferences for their own reasons. There's thousands of variables that go into what you enjoy and why you enjoy it. So if you tell me that, okay, I'm down. We're cool. How does it list the gender of the enemies? When is that relevant? When is that relevant, Cat? I mean, FF10's optional endgame grind is one of the worst in the franchise. There are worse, but... But FF10 is still a damn good game. And yeah, that's another thing. Blue Wind doesn't go out of their way to, like, bash other FFs, right? If Blue Wind... See, it's all about the specifics, right? If Blue Wind was like, you know... FF7, 4, 7, and 10, let's just go with the big ones, are all trash. Anybody who actually likes real games knows that FF2 is superior to FF7, 4, and 10. Now, I've heard that. This isn't me, like, building up a straw man here. I have heard this argument before. Not with FF, but, like, with a ton of stuff, right? And I hope you've enjoyed this scintillating conversation, because we're still fighting this stupid fight! Daggerfall is the best Elder Scrolls. Okay. I mean, if you enjoy Daggerfall, no judgment. In fact, that's awesome that you enjoy something that isn't like torturing people. Obviously, that would be bad. But, you know, it's awesome. Cool. Enjoy something. Rip happiness out of life. It's not going to give you any. But if you try to tell me that you think that Oblivion is worse than Daggerfall in every way, I'm just going to look at you weird and then immediately move on from the conversation, because you're clearly not someone who wants to actually talk about that object. Or that topic, excuse me. I don't know why I said object. Yeah, Wizardry 8 is a better game than Dragon Age Origins. I also have to admit, this is the other asterisk. We've actually talked about this when it comes to politics. Don't worry, I'm not going to get polemic. I'm just relating it. It's something I call the noise problem. If you hear too much noise, you stop listening after a while. And I've been around the geeking community for my life. I just missed a 90% chance to hit, by the way. I just want you to know that. This enemy isn't even wounded yet. So it's harder for me to listen to someone's real opinion. And I admit this, freely, because I've heard so much noise. People trying to sound cool, people trying to push back, people who aren't thinking about it, people who are just being contrarian. They are, Lord Hermit. It's really frustrating. Good news is this is just a straight mash at this point. Yeah, if you tell me Mario 3 is a better game than Mario Odyssey, then I'm going to raise my eyebrow at you. You tell me that you prefer Mario 3 to Mario Odyssey. Okay, that makes sense. I'm not sure I really have many controversial opinions, to be quite frank. I've thought about that over the years. I actually think it's funny, because I'm kind of boring, really. Most of my opinions are pretty straight-up white bread vanilla. It is not that unusual to say that FF6 is a great game. It is not that out of bounds to say that StarCraft 2 is the best RTS ever made. It is not that strange to enjoy World of Warcraft, etc. Oh my god, I am so low on health from this gosh darn fight. Oh, right. I dislike bad games, Noctis. And I'm gonna say it that way, because that is the truth. There are plenty of beloved classics we've covered that have scored quite well, and plenty in the future that'll probably score very well, too. Okay, we're finally done with this freaking... How long were we fighting this asshole? The second time. Hang on, let's scroll up here, because we've been chatting as we do this. It was before Blue One popped in. So, it was right around here. So that was... 18 minutes. We were fighting that for 18 minutes the second time. Oh my freaking god. Ah, I just hit my glasses. Ah. This Biba flute that is handed down in the Biba family, it's Biba magical. It's called Wingipede. Makes Wingipede Biba good Wingipede. Best used in wide open space. I mean, it's possible there's a way to speed that up. The walkthrough did warn me that that was an annoying fight. That takes too long. It flat out said it right there in the walkthrough. Yeah, I'll just go grind some levels. Oh, wait. And yeah, to clarify this, by the way, I just realized that some people might get defensive about my statement. Let me be very, very clear. The reason, most people don't understand this, that I tend to dread reviewing beloved classics is because of people. Because I understand how unpleasant it could be to listen to someone speak negatively about something you like. And it's very unpleasant for me. Put very simply, I do not enjoy the prospect. I don't enjoy the process of speaking ill of something that someone else likes. Because there's no winning there, right? I can't lie to make you feel better. And the most you can do is hold your tongue. Or, I mean, we can have a civil disagreement on the matter, but that's unlikely because this is the internet. And so, my comments section for many, many years is filled with people reeing about beloved classics. That's why I tend to dread these. As I mentioned earlier, we've actually covered quite a few beloved classics that are actually pretty freaking good. I tend to get the exact same type of comments there at Blade to Fall. That's true. They don't bother me as much, though. I'll use a specific example. Do you know how much vitriol I got for speaking positively about Outer Worlds? I'm serious. It was kinda weird. Okay. Biba Flute. There we go. This isn't a wide open space I was talking about. But you just said to use it here. You literally just said to use it here. Okay, whatever. I am enjoying this more than Deathloop. To be very clear, sorry. So there's this other phenomenon. I need to keep this in mind, because I don't, because I'm an alien robot. And that phenomenon is called proximity, okay? It's not an alien phenomenon, it's actually a very human phenomenon. Okay, here, check this out, right? I'm gonna take a drink of this water. Ugh, I hate Nazis. Okay, those two sentences I just said are completely detached from each other. But I said them right next to each other. And so the brain associates them together. And people will get defensive over things like that. And I've tried to catch myself on this. It's very hard for me to do because in my brain, I'm saying two totally unrelated things that have nothing to do with each other. But someone hears that and they think, well, what's wrong with the water? What do you say? What do you have against the water? Why does it taste so bad? What's with your frickin' expression? Do you just not appreciate water? And I'm like, but the water's good. What are you talking about? Oh, right, the Nazi thing. Immediate relevance. So, we're talking about beloved classics. We're talking about bashing games. So far, I've only encountered one thing in this game that has actually pissed me off. I know there's a bunch of negatives over here. I know this sounds strange, but all of those are for things we haven't reached yet. That's honestly just me taking notes for the future, just so I can keep my thoughts organized, because there's a lot going on in this game, and I don't want to lose track. So, the first thing this game has done to piss me off is the fight we just did. That is the first time I've had something in this game that has actually made me go, ugh. What the crap? Okay. Moving on. I don't like humans, but I don't hate them either. I just like strong beings, no matter what species they are. Which are you? I'm weak as Mr. Puniverse. Aw. I just want the loot. Give me the loot. Give me the loot. Please don't make me fight you. Please don't make me fight you. God, dang it. Hello, cat. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. Oh, we haven't healed. Okay, so, hang on. Well, that's a good question, Kennex Cow. Literally, I could tell you that Sticker Star is worse, or whichever. I'm pretty sure Sticker Star is worse, because that's what the reviews are there for, is to, track which games are which versus which other games. Okay, whatever that loot is, I don't care that much about. I'm not doing that fight again. We're abandoning that treasure chest. The humans are terrible vibe so far is honestly just eye-rolling. It's not that bad yet, although we are only a few hours in. And by a few hours, I mean about 8 now. Maybe 7. Oh god, don't say that, Blade Ball. There's already tons of side stuff we're going to be skipping. I don't even know how this game's going to go without the level 7 stuff. You can tell they're very proud of an animation when they do something like that. This is our first boss? I don't have anything defeated. Yep, I think this is our first boss. Of 3, by the way, we'll be facing in this dungeon. This game does not have limit breaks. It has dual techs? I forget how they even work, honestly. Okay, so that is a green, which means we need yellow damage, which we do not have. I know what you meant, Mr. Red. You reminded me of that. Oh, limit breaks. Oh, you mean level caps. Sorry, you might not know this, but the term limit break is a term that goes back to FF7. It's a concept that goes back to FF6 and has absolutely nothing to do with limit breaks in FF11. Alright, so let's try to get a white field going here. So let's do Photon Ray. Oh, let's turn them black, actually. Let's do that. Chrono Trigger absolutely did not leave room for sequels in any way, shape, or form. It didn't even leave room for prequels. You could do stories in the middle of it, but honestly, I don't think that's actually valuable to do either. Like, this sequel, I'm just going to spoil something for you. The main plot of this sequel is that the main party back in Chrono Trigger failed to save the world. That's it. That's your main plot. Enjoy that. Hello, cat. Yeah, that's another thing. There would almost inevitably be some kind of push to try and one-up Lavos, which would be a terrible question. Yeah, off-screen, by the way. That happened off-screen. This game is very insulting to Trigger. On purpose, it's worth noting, as we have discovered since then. No wonder we had a split fanbase over this game. Games that don't need sequels. It's very rare, in my opinion, that a game actively resists having a sequel. Having said that, let me think about that for a minute. Stanley Parable. Okay, yeah, I'll give you that. FF10? No, FF10 ends in such a way that almost mandates a sequel. Like, it's just this giant, wide-open, banging door of, please make a sequel here. And I'm not even saying that as someone who likes 10 too. I'm saying that as someone who likes 10. FF4 ended in a pretty definitive way. Savacom would probably disagree with that, but I stand by it. 4 ended very definitively. Yes, I know, Cat. If you're wondering why I don't heal early on, I suppose I should explain the strategy a little bit. So I want my field to be as white as possible. The field being white actually makes Surge do more damage. The enemy is also black, which means I'm doing more damage with white to him. So I want the field to stay as white as long as possible. I don't have that many white abilities, so once I've got it white, I want it to stay white as long as possible. All my heals are red. So I kind of hold off on healing for as long as I possibly can to sustain this burst window, for lack of a better way to put it. Because I can't return it. I can't go back to a white field once I've lost it. FF7 ended in an extremely ambiguous way. And that's pretty much begging for a sequel of some kind. Persona 5 also ended in kind of a... Whoa! What? What? Like, I was doing fine, and then the boss hit me for triple digits. I don't have that much health. Yeah, if I was fully healed, I would have survived that attack. That's how big that is. And it was an AoE, too. What the crap? What was the name of the boss we were just fighting? Sorry, I saw it, Dream Whisperer. I'm just... That really threw me hard. Like, what? I'm still wondering when you put the game down. This dungeon would have been a quit point for me. I'm just going to be real honest about that. I'm starting to remember why I disliked playing this game back in the day. Sorry, I'm just trying to see the name of the boss, because this boss isn't listed in the walkthrough. Okay, Wingipede. Okay, Wingipede, Wingipede. Wingipede. What is this thing? Here, stop. Bash. This is... What? Okay, I'm sorry. I need to talk this out. We are in the plot dungeon. This is MSQ dungeon, okay? So I go forward, and upon going forward, I fight the boring fight from boring. There's a second boring fight from boring. I come here. The game says, maybe you should use the flute here. Naturally, you shouldn't use the flute here. Because you need to... This, I can't... What the... Ugh. Okay, so... You need to get... the ancient fruit before you do this. If you have the ancient fruit, which you get some over place, we'll figure that out in a minute, it doesn't engage you in battle. And then you encounter Rasley, which is one of the recruitable party members who's being kept encaged by a boss. You can also only fight this boss once per playthrough. So, why is this being portrayed as MSQ? Except, this is apparently MSQ. Because, like... What? By the way, this fight is not even listed in the first walkthrough. I just have the best walkthrough luck, don't I? Okay, where do I get the ancient fruit? Do I have the ancient fruit? Hang on. Nope. What? I can't tell if this is mandatory or not. And it keeps referencing an ancient fruit, which I have to... Okay. In order to get the ancient fruit, I have to go rescue Riddle. I remind you that Kid is dying. They've actually given us a specific timeline. She will die in 2 days if we don't hurry up and save her. So apparently the correct course of action, if I'm understanding this correctly, is to go back to the Viper Banner, save Riddle, which I don't know how involved that is, then come back here, then fight the boring fight, which gives you the fruit, which you can then use in order to bypass the upcoming fight. What? Keep in mind, I have fought the mob that's supposed to give me the fruit, so I'm not even sure I can get the fruit now. So, here's what we're going to do. We're going to test something really quick. Convoluted. I like that. We're just going to test something. Wake up. Wake up. Give me the fruit. Don't make me go do a side... There we go. Hi. Yeah, fight me. I am super strong. Like, so far, I haven't really run into anything I would call walkthroughitis because it's been fairly apparent what you're supposed to do at each step. So the cheat's working, that's good to know. I haven't committed to cheating yet, I'm just honestly in testing phase right now. Hasta la biba, baby, is what he just said. Okay, so that's not the fruit. Okay. That feels like gear. I am wrong. What's the Bishop Basher? What? Is it an element? It is. Wait, no, that's Bushwhacker. There it is, Bush Basher. It is a green element. Okay. Alright, hang on. I've got a save state here still. Give me a second. We need to test this for the sake of review. And I think that the cat deserves food. I think everyone agrees. Cat, do you agree? Do you agree? Okay. You do. Okay. Like, you understand my frustration here, right? I am just following the game and what the game is telling me to do, and I run into that gear stat wall from hell. And keep in mind, there's no real grinding in this game. Like, there's not really a go run in a circle for a while. You know what's really frustrating is I was getting really happy about the progress we were making. We've been in this one dungeon for my entire second shift. We've been here for 3 hours. Like, we've been doing a pretty good clip. I've been pretty happy. And like I said, this game has actually been scoring a lot better than I thought it would. And then we hit this freaking dungeon. And all of a sudden... well, nope, hang on, we gotta go save Riddell. So let's go do that. That's it. Viper Manor. Yeah, so we can fight away in here. We don't need cheats for this. We've beaten these things before. Also, near as I can tell, we can't change party members yet. Just to add to the insanity that this is. Like, what's really wild is this is several hours of, honestly, a pretty decent RPG. Like, it's nothing special. I don't want to overpraise, but, like, I've been with it. And then we hit this point, it's like, oh. Okay. What other games came out when this came out? Yeah, let's actually look that up. When exactly did this came out? Because the game said 1999 and 2000, so do me a favor. Double check that for me. When did this game come out? Specifically. Let's use the Japanese release date. Or whatever the first one is, which is probably the Japanese release date. Okay, November 18th, 1999. Okay. So, Christmas of 99. What's our competition? What else came out in 1999? I'm pretty sure this was before FF9. I guess the PS2 is kind of in this era. How's Riddell? Yeah, it's actually Lucas' theme, by the way, not Robo's theme. Oh, there she is. Oh my goodness, that night. You're the ones who... Kid risked her life to shield me. My father's men have left for Fort Dragonia. I don't know exactly where he is, though. It's not a single thing I can do except pray for their safety. Or you could join me. No? Okay, that's cool. General Viper tried desperately to persuade his daughter to leave, but she refused vehemently. Too many memories for her in this matter. Fond memories of Dario. Okay, so, like... I did it. She's rescued. I think. Legend of Dragoon. Ooh. That's some interesting competition. Yeah, she's just... Okay, what? Resident Evil 2. Ouch. That's mean. System Shock 2. Hi, Lucia. This almost sap flower is called Neopheo. As it matures, it'll behave like a human. However, this Neopheo is like none other. It's a powerful type with the ability to use elements. Naturally, it was I who improved it. Oh. Van is able to train it if it blossoms, but a life sparkle is necessary. I have pinpointed the whereabouts of a life sparkle to a marsh east of Arnie Village. So I sent some of our dragoons to retrieve it, but none have returned. It's a shame, but I cannot allow any more loss of life. I suggest you stay away from the marsh. Okay. Soul Reaver 1? So that's after Legacy of Kain. Interesting. Let's expand it a little bit. What came out, like, early 2000? EverQuest. No comment? When did FF9 actually come out? In Japan. Or I guess initially. Whatever the first release is. Why is there no music in here? Age of Empires 2. Ooh. Paper Mario 1. Yeah. And FF9 was July, so about 8 months later. Well, 9 months later. Pokemon Gen 2. Oh, that's a killer. Pokemon Gen 2 came out just a few days after this. That's awful. I feel bad for any game that comes out alongside that. Cat, I literally just fed you. I have video evidence. Don't even give me that. I suppose I should probably heal. I'm still not committed to this timeline. No pun intended. Oh, I actually can change party members now. Never mind. Woo! Tony Hawk's Pro Skater. I'm assuming that's the first one. Dragon Quest VII was 10 months later. Now that's a juggernaut, at least over there. Hello? You gotta be crazy to walk around here without protective gear. I would actually set with me, take him. That way you can walk through the marsh without getting hurt. Thanks. That is not appropriate. You got an item music. I'm just gonna say that. Oh, and watch out for the monsters lurking in the forest. We haven't actually explored those parts yet. We don't know how to get there. If you want to go deeper, you need to get proper equipment and the means to control the beasts. Can I use the flute? I still don't have the fruit, by the way. Hey, wait, you're just looking for trouble if you blow that flute here. Yeah. And yeah, Majora's Mask was April of next year. Where's the fruit? What do you want from me? Okay, hang on. So let's turn off the cheats. Let's go ahead and rewind time back here. Okay. There is something. What? What? What do you want? What do you want? I give you cat butt. Yeah. Alright. Here, have pets to make up for it. Okay. Okay. So there's one thing I can do that I haven't tried yet. But that does not involve cheating. I'm really sick of being in this dungeon, so I'd like to do anything other than being in here. And I've always known cheats are probable for both of these games. If I didn't have a walkthrough, I would have put this game down right now. I should mention, I have multiple walkthroughs and none of them are helping. One of the walkthroughs just says, go fight the dude. Like, that's literally it. Just go fight the dude. It doesn't even give me stats or suggestions. It just says, yep, fight him. So, like, cool. Honestly, I was doing pretty good on fighting him. Until, you know, he hit me for 100 damage in an AoE attack. In a game where I don't have AoE heals. Anyways, these are dwarves. They're evil. No, seriously. It's okay, they're like humans, so it kind of counts, right? Yeah, these dwarves are awful. We'll get more into why later. By the way, this is probably why Pillars of Snow didn't like doing this arc, because Korcha is almost useless as a party member. Remember how I mentioned how some characters are just objectively worse? Well, he's one of them. No, there are Noctis. I honestly forgot in this timeline. That's all. I'll fix it in a second. I haven't seen any heal points. You know, a lot of RPGs have scripted heals. During a cutscene or during a transition, something in the background just quietly heals you to full. Usually when the party's, like, recovering for the night, you know? Or when they stay at a friend's house for the evening or whatever. It's a very common trick. It goes back to the SNES era, at the very least. Where they just have those kind of recovery points in the background. Near as I can tell, this game does not have that mechanic, because I have yet to be healed by that. So I keep having to do that. Or the post-battle heals, which is functionally free, but there's only so many of them, unless I slot more elements, which I should actually do. So let's do that. Let's slot a bunch of heals here, shall we? Just put a heal there. And then put, like, another heal here. Let's put, like, a really high-level heal. There we go. Yeah, level up healing, that's another one. Backup save over here. I'm not even sure it's worth fighting anything. We're getting so few stats from this, and it's all HP, which I know, big AoE attack. It's the only reason I'm bothering. Can we speed this up, please? Okay. See, HP 1. Did you see that? Our HP goes up by 1. That eventually caps at 0, by the way. I forget how long it takes to get there. Okay, so there's some evil dwarves. Yep, and there's evil dwarves there, and... Okay. I am freely willing to give this game many positives to music. I have walked into this review expecting to give it many positives to music. So far, I've heard one song I like personally. You will never guess which song it is, because nobody else commented on it while I was playing. So that's just a way back. No, it was the dungeon music for Viper Manor. Alright, so we're just gonna fast forward because this is whatever. Do you know this game actually has a built-in fast forward? You just can't access it until New Game Plus. It's one of the features they added as a quality of life thing over in the remaster, is they give you that item at the beginning of the game, so you can just fast forward at the beginning of the game. Okay, so there's nothing over here, so no progression this way. I'm just kind of exploring the dungeon at this point, trying to find any other way to go. Even though my walkthrough does say the way forward is through that stupid fight. Halt, humans. We cannot permit you to advance any further. The Hydra is the tutelary deity of this forest, hi-ho. Without it, the forest will die. Should you still wish to advance, you'll have to get by us. Prepare for battle. So this is actually a boss, supposedly, even though I think this is just Oh, that's that. Okay, that's 6 freaking dwarves. Okay. Did you just hit my entire party for 40? Well, the good news is they don't have much HP, unlike the boss we were stuck on. Are stuck on. Please don't do what you're doing. And it still hits for 40. I was hoping its damage would go down, because there's less of them. Okay, I'm down 2 off the deep end, but I'm curious why. Because I actually really like FF10 too. I'm the only person on the face of the planet who does, but I do. Because screw you, Dream Whisperer. You know, actually, fun fact. In Chrono Trigger, most of the early fights have AoE, and you don't. But the thing is, the fights are designed around that. In fact, there's a whole aspect of gameplay mechanic that is designed around AoE in Chrono Trigger. Because Chrono Trigger is a very, very well-designed game on the gameplay axis. So one of the things they do is they restrict the player's access to AoE, except for a few very specific abilities, most of which are either very limited or require a dual tech. It takes a while until you get to the point where you start having individual characters having their own single AoEs. So you go from single target to dual tech AoEs to single tech AoEs, and after that you actually get the really good dual techs, which can do even more crazy damage in an AoE. It's a great progression system, and it involves a lot of thought and care put into it other than just, you know, alright, so here's this attack, and it does this thing. FF7 had an interesting approach to this as well, which I look forward to talking about someday. Because in FF7, you have an entire materia and mechanic designed around making whatever spell you want to, with a couple of exceptions, into an AoE. The all materia. So at that point, do you sacrifice a materia slot and a junction slot in exchange for having access to AoE attacks? At that point, it becomes like decision, right? It becomes a gameplay mechanic of what do I want to have as an AoE? What thing do I want to spend my AoE slot on? And just like the Chrono Trigger example, by the time you get far into the game shotguns all materia at you. And the further you are into the game, the more combined slots, the more junction slots you get for materia on equipment. So you have more and more and more AoEs and access to more abilities like limit breaks and higher end spells, which have innate AoEs. So once again, there is design around progression just based on AoEing. It's almost like it's a well-designed game. Sorry, it's just something I've discovered, honestly, pretty long ago, but it's something that I just keep rediscovering, is how much the nitty-gritty details matter. JRPG with turn-based combat doesn't mean anything, because it's just as easy to screw it up as it is to do it well. It depends on the specifics, right? It depends on exactly what is placed where, how it does what, how it interacts with other aspects of the gameplay. We talk about dynamic gameplay, we talk about conjoined gameplay. That's what that's all about. If I do X, X doesn't exist in a vacuum. X also affects Y and Z and A and 3 and M and 15. Sorry, just... I love it when I see game design that's really well thought out, that someone really put some thought and effort into being like, you know... So Surge is dead. I think we're down to 1 now. Okay, so Pashul's dead, and Korch is left with 2 health. I don't have a res yet, by the way. Before you ask. This one dude's gonna kill me. This one dude's gonna kill me. Yeah, it's FF3 all over again, Blue End. And we're dead! Wow! As a reminder, there is no going off to grind it. We're just stuck with this. We don't even have any good party members we could swap in yet, because we haven't recruited any of them yet. What's funny is I barely remember any of this. I've said that. I remember a bit of the intro. I remember pretty much from Chronopolis onwards. Chronopolis, by the way, is like the last 5 hours of the game. Barely remember anything in between. Let's check the Ye Olde walkthrough again. Let's see what it says about this. So, dwarves. Here we go. I mean, I don't know what I could have missed here, Bamber. And again, just to be clear, the game's like, oh my god, she's gonna die in 2 days. Quick, go help her. Surely that means going and helping her, right? Well, we can recruit Neo Theo and Lucia right now. That's kind of it. Like, we actually did most of this stuff kind of accidentally. We could also recruit Greco. I don't even know who that is. Just to be clear, the walkthrough directs us, this is, granted, this is a recruit everyone walkthrough, but like the walkthrough directs us to fight the annoying guy, okay, fight the second annoying guy to get a spell, which we're not doing, turn northeast to reach the clearing to use the Biba flute. The Wingipede arrives for a fight. Make sure to heal before stepping under the crack at the center of the clearing. Waiting at the bottom of a massive pit, I didn't skip anything there, is an equally massive monster called Pentapus and has a fairy for lunch. Immediately go south to try to open the Fairy's Cave. You must do it as soon as possible, since Rasley will get eaten if you arrive too late, and will be lost forever to you on this playthrough. Rasley's a recruitable, by the way. So, Pentibus is vulnerable to red and yellow. Attack and heal as usual. Open the cage, free Rasley, and she joins for a bit of dialogue. If you want to get her level 7 tech later in the game, do not take her into party for now. She must not be present during the fight against the Hydra. Snag the recover all, get the treasure, go to the north, proceed to the arrow saucer, get the antidote, get the ointment, and talk to the dwarves. Boss battle dwarves. There's 2 daggy dwarves, 3 daffy dwarves, the dwarven chieftain. Defeat the dwarves quickly to prevent them from using Hi-Ho War Chorus too much. Green text such as Neo Theo's Pop 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 are pretty effective. After the battle, you go fight the Hydra. Do not make sure your Rasley is not in your party. Attack and use turn elements, especially turn green on ally and green elementals. Watch for Hydra's putrid odor, which can deal 50 damage to the entire party. Heal is needed. And then you take it back and you save Kid. And then we recruit Mel. How much do I care about not cheating at this point? Because none of that gives me any indication of something I could do to make this more possible. That's 3 bosses just to get to basically where I'm at. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna try something dumb. Let's remove all. Let's remove all of our elements. Let's just nuke all of that. Alright. Now, let's see what auto-allocate does. Whole party. Okay, so it gave Surge, Photon, Tablet Cure, Photon Ray, and I can't see anything else because screw me. Here we go. Meteorite, Heal, Magma Bomb, Electrojolt, Upheaval, Slash and Dash, Magma Bomb. This is a very weird spread of abilities. Maybe it knows what it's doing better than I do. So we're going to make one more solid attempt at this nonsense and see if we can avoid cheating. So let's... no, I'm going the wrong way, aren't I? Well, I guess I could get this chest. One of the only games ever that has a good optimized feature is Final Fantasy VI on the SNES. And even that feature still is wrong sometimes because it prioritizes attack power and defense. And there are certain specific cases where you don't want that. You'll notice there is no optimize when it comes to relics in that game, because duh. My point is that that's like one of the only games where it tends to work at all. And even there, it's something I tend to not use. It's a nice feature. I do like the optimized feature existing. You know what? FF9 is actually another good one, now that I'm thinking about it. I hadn't thought about that. You're right, Pilgrim. No. FF8 also has decent auto-junction. Oh, for God's sakes, get on with it! Get on. Auto-A would really help for a sequence like this. Not that, you know... Auto-A is this ancient... Excuse me, auto-confirm. Is this ancient lost technique from FF7. Oh, we're dying. And we're dead. Oh no, we lived. We lived. Jesus Christ. And we got 1 HP up out of that. Oh my god. What is this game? This is trash. In the current level dungeon that I'm supposed to be at. Before you asked, one of the things I was checking is make sure I hadn't missed any bosses. Because remember, bosses are levels in this game. Nope. But we haven't missed anything. Except for some recruits. I don't give a crap about recruits. God, do I have to go all the way around? I do. This isn't jank. This is just bad design. Frankly. If you'll forgive me for a moment. Because it is. This is... I can objectively point to several things that have happened in this dungeon and this section of the game and say that this is bad design. The game's actually pretty flowy. and does pretty much everything I want it to do, when I want it to do it. Hell, I can even dodge that enemy just there. No real problems. I should jot down a pauser for that. Yeah, yeah, jank is when you try to climb a ledge in Gothic and instead you fly 20 feet behind you. That's jank. Yes and no, right? It's... So, here, check this out, right? So, you don't gain levels from fighting trash. All you get is items and minuscule amount of stats. You only have X amount of stats you can get up after a thing. Your stat growth is dependent on the character. So Surge has the best stat growth in the game because Dragon Quest, good night, Tsar. Everyone else has their own stat growth things, and Pashul actually has decent stat growth. Someone like Guile has terrible stat growth. Kid has decent stat growth. That's it. You get it. You get it. If I kept grinding at a certain point, I would stop getting stat ups from trash. Because, like I said, there's like a budget of stat ups you get. In order to refresh that, I have to go fight another boss. Nothing indicates that in the game, by the way. That I'm aware of. Maybe something does. Maybe I shouldn't say that so definitively. To my knowledge, nothing indicates that in the game. That too, Who Girl. That's actually a very good point. Okay, so let's go fight the first of the 3 bosses in a row. Maybe the extra level it gives us will actually be the key to victory. If we can survive its hitting the entire party for 100 damage. I'll just have to be more fastidious about actually healing this time. And this will, I'm sure, excite exactly one of you in chat. If I die to this fight again, especially to bullcrap, I'm just gonna go and cheat. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Yeah, no, it's a decent catch-up mechanic. I do actually like it. If the difficulty curve was better designed, I would be a lot more positively inclined. Frankly, the whole game has been pretty smooth until this area, till this dungeon. Okay, so let's generate some element. 1, 3, 4. Switch. One, 3, 4. Switch. I believe you, but just no. That's the other thing. That's the other thing. Like, the game very clearly wants you to go this path, right? Like, if you're playing this game for the first time, and it's like, alright, this girl who's been helping you since the beginning of the game will die in 2 days if you don't go rescue her. And your options are, nah, I'm good, or try to rescue her. What option are you gonna pick? You have no walkthrough. Nobody's told you about this game. You've never played this game before. What option are you gonna pick? She's also one of the only characters in the entire frickin' game. Okay, so let's start getting white on the field. You don't have any white at all, do you? What about you? You have 1 white. Let's do that. I mean, literally the last thing we saw a kid do was, at her own peril, shove her own hostage out of the way to save her life. The life of the hostage, to be clear. Like, come on. Okay, can I get 1 more white in? No. So we'll go ahead and do this. So I'm going to try and get 1 solid hit in, and then I'm going to give up on field effects and just start healing. I notice I've already lost my white field, so I guess I did all that for nothing. God, that's irritating. What are you? You're green, so you're weak to yellow. I don't have a lot of yellow. So generate some time, will you? Actually hit the boss? Could you do that for me? Is that a thing you can do? Whatever. I give up on turning the field. Oh, I can't. Ugh. Okay. So, little hit, element. White attack. Yeah, it wasn't a lot of damage. Alright, so now we're going to just give up on elements entirely because we're kind of spent on that. So let's try to turn things yellow. Try to nerf their... Because this guy's green and has green powers. We have no yellow at all. Perfect, perfect. He does that AoE right now. I'm going to die. I just noticed that, so... Let's heal Surge, I guess. Since he's probably the one that is most desirous to survive. I'm scared that was going to be it right there. Okay. Let's go ahead and get a heal off on Portia, the Worthless. I actually want to use a yellow attack, just while you're here, since you actually have a strong yellow attack. Decent damage, not great. And then I need you to heal. There they are. Why took so much freaking damage? Just go ahead and heal Surge again. Get him over the 100 line. Or not. That's also cool. Not being over the 100 line is totally cool. I mean, you know, Mr. Ed, I would 100% believe that. From everything I've read about this guy, I would completely believe that. Do you know he used to work at Gainax? I don't know if he actually worked on Evangelion. That wouldn't surprise me. I actually don't think I can heal that poison, no. I can heal blue status effect. Okay, so he didn't actually work on Evangelion. I was just curious. I didn't think so. It didn't feel like his style. You know what? I have a red attack. I'm just going to use it. At this point, it's literally a better than nothing. I think a 1, Ross, if Berserk has an anime. Did we do it? Oh my god, we killed the boss. Holy crap. We have successfully beat the first of 3 bosses of this dungeon. That's been my entire second shift. Now we're poisoned. The good news is I do actually have antidotes here. And I'm just chewing through potions. Oh my god. Mulching through them. So let's pop a save. Yeah, I know both of them worked on Xenogears. I also know Xenogears was posited as an FF7 and was denied. I actually know a lot about Xenogears behind the scenes. I'll talk about that when we get there. Oh no, I accidentally stepped in the middle. No. Even though the game explicitly told me not to, by the way. Thanks for that, game. So, boss fight number 2. Yes, immediately. Oh, right. This is limited time. We gotta go save the ferry. Say, Sergipu, is that really a ferry? We have never seen one before. We can't just leave a trap like this. Let's help her out. Wait right there, my darlings. Do you think you'd walk out of here alive with my dinner, too? Come to think of it, it's been years since I wrapped my sweet tentacles around succulent human flesh. You'll make a fine main course to go with that delicious fairy appetizer. You should consider it an honor to be the dinner guests of Madame Pentapus. So, boss fight number 2. Sorry, I didn't mean 2 of 3. I meant 2 of 4. There are 4 boss battles in this dungeon. So, right back into it. This is the normal-ish fight, so this is blue, and naturally blue is weak to red. The good news is we actually have a lot of red attacks. So we're just going to go ahead and use up Surge's stamina here to generate some element. Same thing on everyone. Let's just generate element on everyone. Let's just do it. Graphics matter. I mean, I honestly do think this game looks pretty solid for what it is. Ow. That was over half my... No, not half. A little under, excuse me, a little under half my health. Okay, so since you're being a dick... Let's go ahead and do that. That'll push us up red anyways. I do think this looks better than FF8. I think FF9 looks better than this. But you know what? Maybe I shouldn't just say that. Yeah, FF9 looks better. Like, immediately. Immediately. This is why I specifically loaded up here. Not the remaster version, not the upscaled version, which was done before AI upscaling. Just the original PS4 version with the exact same settings on the exact same emulator. This looks good, my opinion. I've seen better. I don't want to overpraise, but I like this. And yeah, the FF9 should have been a PS2 game. Let's just say that as bluntly as we can. Yeah, the character models are actually pretty good at 9. Look at that battlefield. Look at that. That's terrible. That looks like FF11 vanilla graphics. Look at that. Terrible low-quality moving skybox. Terrible low-quality mountains in the background. And this endless green mass that happens to be morphed a little bit. They look fine. I actually think they look fine. I'll give them that. The overworld, well, it doesn't look good. I'm going to tell you that right now, because I remember what this overworld looks like. Behold its glory. Ah, that music, though. I love this overworld song. Yeah, this is a forest, see? See, I'm in a forest now. Woo! What else we got? What else came out about this time? I guess there's Xenogears, but I don't have any save ready to go for that, and that's sprite-based. I've got the ending of Breath of Fire 3. Oh, you know what? I've got it. I've got it. Here we go. Here we go. Yes. Yes. Behold. The ultimate in PlayStation 1 graphics. I can't remember how to use a weapon. How do I attack? How do I attack? Oh god. I don't remember how to attack. Oh, there it is. I found it. I found it. I figured out how to attack. God, please don't, Mr. Red. Please. I'm begging you. Please. I love that attack sound. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at those tasty pixels. Look at that badly looped dividing line on the texture map. Okay, hang on. Hang on. I do happen to have another 1999 game. Alright, let's do it. Oh, yeah. I don't know how to change the camera. Wow, we didn't crash from that. How do I change the camera? Oh, there it is. Oh, yeah. It's not that bad. It's not that bad. It's not great, but it's not bad. How do I go faster? There we go. I found my throttle. There we go. Okay, we're good. We're good. Oh, it handles weird and bad. Might just be the plane I'm in. Okay, okay, okay. Back to hell. So anyways, I think this game looks good, legitimately, especially for a PS1 game. I just don't think it's at FF9's level. That's all. Okay, so we're going red. I want to paint the town. So let's do a bomb. I know that Kingsfield 1 looks better than this game in every way, objectively. Ow! That was over half my health. Yeah, I think the color distinction helps a lot. Every now and again, I put on one of the theaters or one of the rewrites in the background as my, while I'm working, second monitor kind of entertainment. Okay, so going red does not seem to be helping with this fight. Holy crap. Okay, okay. Let's just try to do a regular roll attack, see what happens. That's not a lot of damage. Alright, Surge is dead. Alright, so Surge was just eaten, canonically. I like how the dialogue option there is continue useless resistance. Boy, isn't that just the theme of this entire game. Literally! I'll talk a lot more about that later, but some of you may not know that the central theme of Chrono Trigger is choice. Taking action to choose the future we have, rather than accepting it as it comes. It's a powerful theme, and it's also a theme that is immersed in almost every aspect of Chrono Trigger. In fact, one of the brilliant things Chrono Trigger does is originally, it's not the theme. For those of you not aware, small spoilers, For the first half of Chrono Trigger, nothing you do changes anything. Everything you do has already happened and always will happen, right? Type 1 time travel. Until you get the Epoch. And the moment you do, you start being able to change history. And the actions you take suddenly start having effects. And you can see those effects in the game. Literally, in terms of gameplay and in terms of story. It's brilliant. Because the whole point is that the whole game, you've not been able to do anything about all the horrible things happening. And you're just barely keeping above the water. And you're struggling, and you're straining, and then you finally get a break. And the whole thing tilts towards massive positivity as you just start making everything better for everyone, concluding with erasing Lavos, preventing the Day of Lavos from happening, and ensuring that the world and the future are saved. It's awesome, because it's not just a theme I enjoy, it's a very well executed theme. Of course it is, it's Yuji Horii. Alright. This game does have, I think, 12 endings, and we will try to show off all of them. I don't know who this Lavos feller is, Lineruth, but yes, Lavos was the main villain of Chrono Trigger. A environmental villain is what I like to call that. So we're going to stop screwing around with elements. We're just going to attack. We're just going to attack, and we're going to see how that goes. And if that doesn't go, then we're going to cheat. Yes, Yuji Horii was the central writer for Dragon Quest XI, and Dragon Quest IX, and Dragon Quest VIII, and Dragon Quest VII, and Dragon Quest VI, and Dragon Quest V, and Dragon Quest IV, and Dragon Quest III, and Dragon Quest II, and Dragon Quest I. He's the central writer, too. He's the guy who, in gaming terms, he's the scenario writer. The one who outlines the plot and the events and the themes. Might not be the individual dialogue writer. And Lord knows they have that excellent localization team. But Yuji Horii, he's the writer, what we think of as the writer of the Dragon Quest series. What's up, Ross? I'm actually gonna, I'm gonna roll with it. We're gonna keep being blue. Blue, blue. We're learning how to whistle, so let's see how we do. So I have some blue attacks. So, I like to design a story and have the theme flow naturally from the story. Wow, that was a pathetic amount of damage. What was that? Yes, Ross. The natural state of the world is one in which humans are wiped out by the much superior and much more advanced reptites, who are the natural... Well, okay, hang on. Pause. So in Chrono Trigger, without Lavos, the reptiles win. Okay, end statement. In Chrono Cross, the reptiles should have won because they're the good guys. And humans are evil. I'm not making that up. I'm not even being facetious. The natural state of the planet is one in which the dinos, the reptiles, are the ones who are the dominant species. We'll talk more about this later, when it actually comes up, but that is something that is stated outright by this game. Just getting some stamina back here, and some damage, I suppose. We are doing no damage to this guy. What am I doing wrong? What's the strategy for that? What's the walkthrough say about this guy? Let's check this out. Let's check out this amazing strategy. Here we go, here we go, here we go. Ahem. Roast him with red attacks and yellow elements. Attack and heal as usual. That's the strat. I feel like we tried that. Let's try a level 4 red tech, see what happens. Level 4 is as high as I have access to right now, and that just did 24 damage. This guy's 600 health. He can also hit me for 89. I have 136 health. Partial has 0 at the moment, but, you know. So, you know. I mean, he basically quit writing after Batten Kaitos. I think he went freelance and did, like, consulting work for a bunch of other games, but never really worked as a writer ever again. I'm not saying that's related. That is a statement of fact. Let's make sure we keep the field a little red. If it gets too blue, the boss is just going to be doing too much damage. So let's try and get a little more red on the field. The boss immediately uses a blue attack. There's also... I've been thinking about this field mechanic, and I think it's actually a negative, because here's the thing. Everything you do that isn't just white damage changes the element. That also goes for the enemy. So while you have some control over what the element of the field is, so does the enemy, and you only really get benefits if the whole field is a color. So you have to have 3+ actions of using things that are 1 use per combat in order to blanket the field in a specific color, in order to get the benefits from then being able to use elements, which once again are 1 use per action. Also, we just died. So... I don't know what else to say about this. So instead, what we're going to do is we're going to do this. We're going to punch him in his stupid, dirty face. If you had total control, this would actually be an interesting system. At that point, it's all about the tactics of what you use when. Instead, the enemy naturally has greater control over the field. Right? Like, later on, we get more abilities to help change this. I will actually admit to that. But, like, early on, the enemy just naturally controls the field. Because the enemy's attacks that they do that benefit them change the field as they're using them. And they have infinite elements. They can attack infinitely. So they can just spam. You notice that the field is almost entirely blue now, and that's because of him just attacking me, like his normal attacks. Because enemies generally don't have white damage, which does nothing, which doesn't change the field. So I'm going to continue useless resistance. You can leave a dungeon mid-dungeon. You cannot leave mid-fight. Like, we're stuck in this boss battle until we win or until I give up. I may have increased my strength a little bit. So yeah, I'm just going to put up the cheat flag. This is... I'm trying to do the most fair and unbiased review as I can. But I have just spent 4 hours and 30 minutes getting approximately halfway through this dungeon. That's nonsense. The good news is I can actually turn off the cheats at will. Thank God for that. So if I feel like it, I can go and test a specific fight or area without cheats. And yeah, Breakfast Sampler is quite correct. This game Most games in this era did not receive a lot of playtesting. Frankly, most of the good design that's in this era of games, like in Legend of Dragoon or in Final Fantasy IX, was just because the people knew what they were doing and effectively locked into it actually working out. And even then, like, all of these games have issues. All of them. Thank you for rescuing me. You are kind of strong for human folk. I was surprised. Let me introduce myself. My name is Rasley. I come from Water Dragon Isle. I think you can tell just by looking at me, but I'm a fairy. I guess you could say it's very obvious. I've heard rumors about that island. They say that due to the abnormal weather they've been having, the water sources dried up. That was in the other world we just came from. I wonder what's in the same for this world. Huh? Our water sources dried up? This world? I don't understand what the fairy godmother's name are you talking about? Poo, perhaps we better explain. Yeah, by the way, canonically, we explained the multiple dimensions thing to all 45 characters. Or more like 42, but you get the point. So yes, you've come here to save your friend. Yep, Serge is actually originally from this world. We don't expect Ched to believe us, but it's true. We traveled through a wormhole to your world. We need the Hydra humor to make medicine to save our friend. There sure is a Hydra in this forest. I saw it with my fairy own eyes. But that's when those big noses caught me and threw me in here to become Pentibus bait. I want to go home to my island, but it's too far for a fairy like me to fly on her own. How about taking me with you? Rasley joins the party. Actually, yeah, Legend of Legaia. A game with some really good ideas that clearly needed a few more QA passes to really make it pop. Okay, Korcha, get the hell out of my... Wait, no, you can't get out of my party yet. I'm not done ripping stuff out of you yet. That sounds weird. Be careful, Sergi. And thank you for coming. We also didn't want Rasley in our party because walkthrough-itis. If you have Rasley in your party... I want to explain this, okay? So you go down here. You recruit a new recruit. What do? You, the player. You've never played this game before. You don't have a walkthrough. You have no one telling you what to do. What do? You just recruited a new player. What do? Now, if you bring her to the next fight, excuse me, so 2 bosses from now, you will never get her level 7 tech, which is everyone's ultimate techs. Until a new playthrough, whole new playthrough to get that. This is what I mean when I say that some of the gameplay decisions of this game just bonker my mind. Like, why? Why do something like that? Okay, so we're going to remove all. And then we're going to remove all. And honestly, we're just going to live with that. Yeah, there's a whole... You remember how in FF12, if you pick up certain chests, you don't get the Zodiac Spear? Remember how much that sucked and how much most people bang on about how much that sucks? Myself included. That was one weapon. One of the ultimate weapons that you would miss out on if you did that. There are many examples of that in this game. Where you will miss out on something if you don't do something very non-intuitive. I want to test something here really quick. Just really quick while we're here. Let's see what this does. Yes, this game does have a super boss. I would call it not a super optional. It's more like an optional. But yes. Why do I suddenly not have a weapon equipped? Why is that something I needed to watch? Why is my accuracy suddenly nothing? Why do we not have a weapon? Where's my weapon? Oh my god, all my weapons have just vanished. Okay, okay, hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on. Okay, it's there. What the hell? Okay. I'm gonna chalk that up to emulator bug. Because there's no way that's deliberate in the game. That does mean I need to not use the stamina cheat. Because that's what caused that. Let's double check ourselves. Let's go fight something really quick. It's not like I'm in a hurry or anything. I'm not an hour over my usual cutoff time or anything. I'm not having stomach cramps from how hungry I am. No, it's fine. Okay, we still have our weapons. Okay, so that's great. This is cool. Can we, like, kill you, please? Perfect. Yes, yes, die, 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 die. Okay, so that seems to be working. Thank God. Okay. I just... I guess I should just go ahead and chop off. We have save states after all. I'll see you guys tomorrow.